Welcome everyone to Green Champions India edition. It's an honor to have you all here to celebrate the remarkable efforts of those who dedicated to environmental sustainability. Today we recognize the individuals and organizations who are making a significant impact in tackling the challenges like climate change, pollution, and resource conservation. Your presence here highlights our collective commitment to create a sustainable future. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Mayank Chatwal from GECI Events and Mr. Apoor Modi from ATechnos.
Thank you so much, Alicia. It's indeed, and I congratulate to the whole team of GECF for organizing such a brilliant event. So before starting the event itself, I would like to firstly welcome all our guests who have joined us from different parts of the world. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. On this auspicious occasion of World Environment Day, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Green Champions virtual conference. Today, we come together as a global community to celebrate our planet and recognize the tireless efforts of individuals and organizations dedicated to the environment sustainability. World Environment Day is not just a day of acknowledgement, but a call to action. It is a reminder of a collective responsibility to safeguard the earth for future generations. This year's themes, Innovation for a Healthier Planet, Rewarding Positive Choices, emphasizes the urgent need to revive our damaged ecosystem, an endeavor that requires innovative solutions, collaborative efforts, and steadfast commitment. Our conference today gathers some of the brightest minds and most passionate advocates in the field of environmental protection. Our green champions, are the driving force behind the initiatives that inspire hope and spark change. Your dedication to create a sustainable future is truly commendable, and it's an honor to be in presence of such committed individuals. Throughout the day, we will be hearing from some of the distinguished speakers who will share their insights on various subjects and aspects of the ecosystem restorations. We will explore groundbreaking projects, discuss challenges and opportunities, and most importantly, learn from each other's experience. This platform is designed not just for knowledge sharing, but for forging partnerships and strengthening our collective to resolve, protect, and the natural resources that we have. And it's a very, very important step towards the green environment. As we embark on this day of learning and collaboration, I encourage each one of you to engage actively in the discussion, ask questions, and share your unique perspectives. Together, we can amplify our impact and drive a meaningful change. Before we begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners who have made this virtual conference possible. Your support and dedication are instrumental in bringing this global community together. With more than 200 attendees at the inaugural sessions, I am very sure that we are moving for a very bright future. Thank you once again, and let us make this World Environment Day a milestone in our journey towards a healthier and a greener planet. We welcome once again to the Green Champions at the virtual conference. Let's make together count for future environment. Now, please let me allow to call a special guest for the day, Mr. Apurva Abe Modi, MD and co-founder of ATechnos. Abe, over to you.
Yeah. So thank you, man. Thank you. And such a wonderful morning on the wonderful day, Environment Day, with the Green Championship. And I would like to congratulate especially Mank and team, GECI team, to organize such a wonderful event on a wonderful day with the cause for the nation as well as for the global environment. There are a couple of things which we receive from the God. For example, air, water, nature, everything. And these are the things which we cannot build, but we can save it. And Environment Day, it's all about that. And if we will say today, Green Championship, which is talking about the CSG, company social responsibilities, company sustainability goals, all these things as we are talking about. And this is the main part of each company now. If we see in the near future, there would be a green carbon, which is green carbon coming up like anything. Green energy is coming up like anything. So this is the baby step to save all these things, right? There are a couple of countries who's moving this as a social responsibility goal also, and they are saying every company should have such kind of a green loyalty program, green loyalty championship kind of activity, where they are talking about the sustainability. The products are farm are nature. So I would like to congratulate again GCI team and all the attendees, sponsors, and everyone who's going to attend, participate in this event, and going to talk about the sustainability. And these points, when we hear from the Green Championships organized by GCI, when we heard all these points, then we also realize that people are talking about the energy saving, they are talking about the sustainability, and the participants, if whosoever is joined here, the sponsors, they are more worried about the nation, they are more worried about the nature. So for these kind of these kind of conferences, green championship conferences, events, activity, make us more attractive to all the sustainability goals. So I would like to say thank you for inviting me for such a wonderful event, join virtually, and share my thoughts on this. As a company, we have also have a certain goal on the sustainability, which we are going to started implementing in our organization as a group of companies. And then also we are going to spread this information in the couple of platforms saying that, okay, this is for the sustainability. I think this is the platform where each and everyone can learn, talk, discuss, and figure out the way to move forward on these kind of activity and save the nature. So this is all about this GCI and Green Championship. And I would like to say thank you for inviting me once again.
Thank you so much, Purva. It was
Yeah,
wonderful
Mike.
having. Yes,
Yes.
can you hear me? Yeah, great. It's wonderful having you with us, and thank you so much
Yeah.
for the enlightening words. I hope that this event is not just an event, but a movement to take a greener planet. Thank you so much, Purva.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Alicia.
It was great to know that we all have such a high thought in regards to sustainability, and then we have started talking about it. And this is what this event is all about, to discuss what exactly is happening in the market, how to take this future, and how to make our future green. Uh,
Exactly.
do you have any thoughts, sir, that you would like to highlight in this particular session since you are the organizing partner?
No, it's an honor to host such an event. Honestly speaking, that we do multiple events and we talk about sustainability and the ESG part of it, but definitely we are not practicing in a big way. So this is just one step towards hosting an event virtually, because we are also saving a lot of carbon footprints if we have done this in a physical mode. So that's just one step towards having a more sustainable future. And I would request all the organizers in different parts of the world, even when you organize any events, please ensure that you neutralize the carbon footprints that is generated through the events. Let us make the environment a more friendly, a more greener planet for future and for our children's and future prospects too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll start with the session by 11:30. We'll wait for the people to join, and then we take it forward from there.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Alicia.
Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best. Yeah. Bye bye.
Good afternoon, friends.
welcome everyone to Green Champions India Edition 2024. We would like to start with our panel discussion. Our first panel discussion starts with green business, covering the part of transitioning from awareness to action with practical ESG implementation and strategies. Our moderator, Ms. Richa Goel, she is from IBM India Private Limited as a global sustainability practice leader. She has she has a total experience of 21 years across multiple dimensions of business and technology, such as sales, strategy, solutioning, and delivery, spread across industries and geographies. Transformational projects and innovation has been a success story for her. She has performed multiple entrepreneurial and P&L roles during her career, during setting up the practices, ground up, building teams, client relationship management, establishing and achieving business and sales target, amongst others. She is a thought leader in banking and platinum badge holder in insurance industry. Alongside the industry, she is a technology aware, shouldering to her credit multiply certification in new age technology platforms such as data science, automation, cloud architect, and cognitive. The blend of technology and industry knowledge makes her stand in the leadership positioning at IBM. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Richa on the floor. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Good to meet all of you. Hoping to see all my panelists come in while you introduce. So, how do you want to run it? Should I start, or you want to introduce the panelists first?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Abhisha? Yeah. So, Alicia, you want to introduce the other panelists? Can you hear me, Alicia?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Dinesh. So you want to introduce the other panelists, Alicia, and then we'll get started?
Sure, ma'am. We would like to invite Mr. Dinesh Agarwal, Principal Consultant from Conscious Advisory. Mr. Dinesh Agarwal is working as a Principal Consultant with Conscious Advisory and has more than 40 years of experience in the areas of ESG, CSR. He was a General Manager and a National Head of CSR and Sustainability and NTPC. He provided leadership for formulating national guidelines of responsible business conduct for Ministry of Corporate Affairs. He was awarded 100 Most Impactful CSR Leader by World CSR Day and Best Team Leader by CII for assessing their sustainability award. Then we have Ms. Karabi Pathak. She's a Chief Product Officer and a Sustainability Leader from Amplo Global. Ms. Karabi Pathak is a global sustainability leader and a chief product officer at Amplo. She is a recipient of many prestigious national and international awards. She has been an Ambrose Scholar sponsored by European Commission at the University of Oxford for her PhD. She is a recipient of Fulbright Climate Award, Shastri Indo-Canadian Research Award, and a Women Scientist Award for the Republic of India and US Department of the State for research and innovation in the sustainability space. She has been an author in the top list science journal Global. She develops solutions for sustainability issues using AI models and her domain expertise and help organizing India's sustainability journey. Then we have Ms. Anchal Srivastav, Senior Manager Sustainability at ENE Green Service Private Limited, climate advocate and a scholar with over 9 years of expertise in a carbon market and sustainability sector. With a deep commitment to environment, social, and governance, Anshul Ma'am excels in integrating these principles into comprehensive sustainability strategies, specializing in the decarbonization initiatives. Anshul Ma'am also diverse skills sets span research and hands-on client engagement, driving impactful reduction in carbon footprint across various industries. Passionate about collaboration and innovation, Ashram Ma'am is dedicated to advancing environment, stewardship, and ensuring that ESG principles are at the front end of every decision. Now, over to you, Ma'am. Welcome, everyone.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So good to meet such esteemed panelists today. And it is a pleasure that I'm moderating such an important session. And I think sustainability is the need and the call of the hour, and which is why we all are here, right? And what better a day than the World Environment Day to talk about on this subject. So I think, so you know my introduction, I lead the sustainability practice at IBM. So I'll just start with some snippets from IBM, and then maybe I'll turn to all of you to share your experiences regarding the subject. So IBM has been in this journey for the last 50 years, where we published our first report in the year 1950s sometime, and then throughout this journey has been going on, very big on CSR. But I think when these regulations started coming in and when clients started building their targets for net zero, that is when IBM about 3 years back decided that we should have this as a separate practice altogether. And that is where we can embed technology and help our clients to achieve their net zero goals, and which is where sustainability practice at IBM was launched. And as part of it, there are multi facets, and it's a very important thing. The panel, the title of this panel, right? Actually bringing transformation and implementing strategies. Yes. Till now, I think many people had been looking at it in a very superfluous manner, and we always talk about the word greenwashing, which is what most of the companies have been doing. But I think now everybody slowly and steadily is realizing. I don't know which parts of the country you guys, you all are in, but at least I'm in Delhi, and getting into a 52, 53-degree temperature is not easy. So I think everybody is realizing that fact, and probably now, along with the regulations that are hitting them as well, I think everybody is thinking logically that what are we going to leave for our children tomorrow. So I think that is where the things have started moving. The needle has started moving, I would say. And when I work with so many clients across the globe, and when we hear their pain points, everybody comes up with something new, and then we get back to our drawing board and saying, oh, okay, this is also a substantial problem which needs to be addressed. So sustainability, in my view, is a very open book where you can start writing anything and it will turn out to be a pain point which needs to be addressed for tomorrow. So it is so innovative that sky's the limit for where we can get to with it. It's only about the mindset, the drive, and people putting in money in order to make it happen. I think if we not do it today, we will never have the time to do it tomorrow. So I think with that context, why don't I just kickstart and I start with Dr. Karabi first. What, in your view, why do you think it is important to have an ESG framework for an organization? And what are the components that should be considered in this framework? I think with this response, you will enlighten a lot of people who are in this journey or are planning to tread onto this journey. Over to you.
Thank you, Richard, and very good morning to all of you and World Environment Day. So very special day today, and lovely to meet you, Mr. Agarwal, Achal. Very lovely to have you, and also Anisha. So it's very important actually to have a ESG framework for an organization. So one is an effective ESG framework ensures an organization stays aligned with future and current regulations. That's important. It helps. And secondly, investors are now incorporating ESG criteria. It helps the organization for investment opportunities as well, and especially when it is about ESG, the work culture of the company, and its impact overall to the society planet. So it's very important that it's also bring value creation, reputation. So it's very important that an organization should have an effective ESG framework. But there are some key components that should be included in the ESG framework. So one is organizations should know what are this impact to the people and the planet. That's why it's important they should include materiality assessment, and also how it's impacting to the finance of the organization. So financial materiality is also important. So it's crucial to have double materiality done by the organization. So it helps in integrating ESG into its businesses and internal change management. So stakeholder engagement is very important. So many times we think that like organizations struggle, like especially the CSOs, uh, because ESG is not about only the CSO will do, but it needs whole of the organization, so that every stakeholder involved participate and understand the pain point. Otherwise, it's difficult to achieve the goal and target in ESG. Uh, so yeah, maturity assessment and also ESG risk and opportunity. So the framework should have the component of assessing risk and opportunities, and it will help in identifying the risk areas and also the strategy to mitigate those gaps area. And finally, integrating ESG into the business is very helpful. So efficient, effective, proactive ESG framework is very important for any organization, irrespective to any industry sector. And yeah, so there are many key components, many things on ESG, but yeah, these are something that we should focus first
No, very
to start the
important.
ESG journey.
Indeed, very important points, Dr. Karabi, that you've raised. And yes, with CSRD and other regulations, double materiality is becoming equally important. And like you said, the stakeholder participation across the organization becomes a key when we are talking about ESG implementation. So, rightly so. But now I would want to actually say we always talk about sustainability is a team sport, right? It is not that any organization can individually handle it, and which is why we have plethora of partnerships which we need to strike in order to achieve our objectives as an organization. And having said that, so maybe not all, but if I were to touch one of the players which is pretty prominent in this area, EcoVadis, which has a lot of data related to sustainability. So I would want to hear from Ms. Anchal, what do you think, in your view, how is EcoVadis important and how is it relevant for businesses in their ESG journey?
First of all, I would like to thank JCI and Almond AI to honor me to invite such an event. And happy World Environment Day to everyone. When we're talking about EcoVadis, so it is basically a global platform. Okay, it's a global platform that will evaluate your sustainability as well as your CSR performance. So for any company. Now it is recognized to have one of the most stringent ESG, which is your environment, social, and governance rating methodologies. It is set by European Union. And when we're talking about EcoVadis assessment, they are basically covering four main themes. So it's covering environment. It is giving its importance on labor and human rights. It's talking about ethics in business practice, in personal practice, in employee practice. And it is also talking about sustainable procurement. So it is going one step beyond yes. And when we're talking about EcoVadis, it has three pillars, which are very important for anyone to get a good rating in EcoVadis. So those are, first is your policy, second becomes your monitoring of those policies, and then reporting on those monitoring analysis on those gaps and how we are able to write those reports. It's very important. Each and every word and term that has to be mentioned in that questionnaire while answering, it has to be very to the point. And when I'm talking about EcoVadis in India, so in India, I mean, we are proud to say that NN Green is the only approved training partner by EcoVadis, as we were the first and at present the only business in India to have a gold rating. And gold rating is there are six criteria, six badges that EcoVadis provides sustainability recognition at. So one is your platinum, which is the top 1%. Gold is your top
Sorry, I think we've lost Anchal. Can all of you hear?
Same here, Richa.
No, I think we lost her.
Yeah,
Lost her. Yeah.
Maybe connection problem.
yeah. So I'll give her a second if her connection comes back. Otherwise, we'll come back to her.
Hi, Richa. Am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible, Anchal. So you were explaining the
Or you
gold,
lost me?
platinum levels of yeah.
Yeah. So EcoVadis sustainability recognizes businesses as sustainable. So you have to have a score of next the scoring them out of 100, and from that you have to have a minimum of 24 to get the scores match. This is also very difficult. You got a fast score. Then you get committed match. Then you have bronze of 45%. Silver is given to top 15%. Gold is provided to top 5% uh, to companies with advanced sustainability practice. And the highest recognition for top performing companies, top 1%, is the platinum. And EcoVadis help businesses enhance their sustainability, manage their risk, and improve their overall performance. So it is a critical tool for companies that are aiming to meet these stringent ESG standards. And when I talk about businesses, so any business can improve their brand reputation. It can have more transparent supply chain. It also will start to demonstrate adherence to environmental and labor regulations. So there's regulatory compliance also involved, and henceforth you reduce your legal risks. Then it provides detailed feedback to drive those targeted sustainability initiatives. It also aids in identifying and managing the risks which are related to your environmental and ethical practices. And as Richa and Dr. Karavi very rightly mentioned, it is about investors also. So it will attract socially responsible investors by showcasing strong sustainability. So when we're talking about uh, thing is, am I audible?
Yes.
I'm losing connection. Oh, I was just saying that, I mean, you guys really very rightly mentioned it is about investment. Sustainability, the term sustainability, although we've been learning about sustainability, that it is, using the resources in a judicial manner so that we can preserve them for future generations. But when I'm talking about sustainability, it is a balance. I always say it is a balance between three things: your social, your environment, and your economic. And policies is the universal thing that guides them and binds them together. Hello?
Sorry, did we lose Anchal again?
Hello?
Yes.
Not sure. Richa?
Yeah, Anchal, I think we can hear you. We can't see you.
Hello?
Yes, Anchal, we can hear you.
Yeah, so that is what I was saying. I was just trying to say that sustainability as a definition we've been learning that it is the judicious use of resources in a way to preserve them for future generations. But right now, what I feel for businesses, they have to understand it is a balance between economic, social, and environment where governance actually binds them all these three pillars together. So it is all interrelated. You cannot just say that I'm going for environment sustainability or I'm moving toward social responsibility. No, you have to be sustainable. And to be sustainable, you have to have a balance between these four pillars.
No,
That would be my
absolutely.
take.
No, absolutely, Anshul. And I think the backbone to sustainability is data. And wherever we have the relevant data available, I think that is what is key for companies in order to get to where they need to. And EcoVadis as an organization is one of them. And which is
Absolutely.
why I think very relevant for businesses, as you rightly put. So, yeah, so as I said, there are multiple facets to sustainability, and we can go about anywhere and we'll hit sustainability somewhere or the other. If I move to Mr. Dinesh, you've been part of the power sector for years together, and moving to renewable energy and all these solar energies stuff which is coming in. Even India Prime Minister has called out very clearly uh, about it as well. So, what, in your view, is the future for ESG strategy in the power sector? And if you have some example to illustrate.
Yeah, thank you. I come from NTPC, which have been a pioneering organization on the ESG, I will say. It had the rehabilitation policy way back in 1980. It established the environment group before the MOEF was established, and it created a CSR policy way back in 2004, 10 years ahead of the Company Act, which made it mandatory. Uh, ESG have been in the DNA of NTPC, I will say. Uh, we created the polish tax, the high efficiency ESP, which gave way to the framing of the air pollution standards by the CPCB and the MOEF. So the issue is that, okay, the ESG, we take it now of what the ESG is coming from the investors, creating a strategy, or we take it for betterment of the company and the society. In NTPC, we did it inbuilt for the betterment of the society. Our power stations, when we established way back in 1980, were having a efficiency of more than 35%, whereas today, I will say the 60% of the power generation in India is having a efficiency of less than 33%. And today we are going ahead with the efficiency of the 42%, and we are going ahead with the supercritical and ultra supercritical power stations, which have an efficiency of 40% and 43%. Now, that's the way a company has to go ahead. I mean, they cannot be feeling that whatever is available and how they are doing the business at the lowest cost is the right way to do the business. The ESG has to be built into the systems and processes right from the beginning. We for the water also, we thought of increasing the cycle of concentration from 1.5 to 6, and thereby reducing the water consumption to a significant extent. And now the new power stations are having the air-cooled condensers, so eliminating the need for the cooling water. Even on the land requirement, way back in 80s, we established the Dadri Prathama power stations, where we created the ash pond, having a land requirement of only 40%. So these are the things which are important for a company to look at it, whether they want to have a ESG from the external pressure, from the investors or from the other stakeholder, or they do it inbuilt into the systems and processes of the organization. Of course, now, depending on the pressure and the requirement, NTPC has diversified into the solar energy in a big way, and hydropower station, and now planning even the nuclear power station to have a balance. But at the same time, the thermal power stations cannot be ignored, and there they are going ahead with the supercritical and ultra supercritical power stations, which have efficiency of more than 40% and 43%, which can reduce the CO2 emission to as much as about 20%. So these are the things which are important on a practical aspect of implementing the ESG.
No, absolutely. And yes, NTPC has been a pioneer in this space right from day one. So we know we were actually working with NTPC, and we and NTPC talks about things which I think clients are not even thinking about today. So we exactly know where they're coming from, and proud of it to have companies, organizations like this in India, because at least they have the right focus and they have been working on it for years together. So I'm sure
Correct.
they'll get us somewhere.
Even on the
Yeah.
thermal power station now, they put up the flue gas desulfurization plant also along with the ESP, so that the dust emission is almost I will say negligible, less than
Yeah.
10 ppm.
No, awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So yeah, so I think with Mr. Dinesh giving such wonderful examples and ways and means to reduce CO2, there are multiple ways. I come from a technology company, and so Dr. Karabi, you too. How do you think leveraging technology will be important for ESG implementations?
Yeah, yes, Richa. Nowadays, technology is very important because it's giving lots of benefits and opportunity to us as well. Because technology existing, uh, especially for ESG strategy, ESG management, uh, artificial intelligence, data design, it's really help to implementation part of the ESG strategy. So ESG is a very complex, I would say, because many attributes are there. Itself in E, there is about water management, waste management, circular economy, climate change, and when energy consumption, scope 1, 2, 3, all are coming together in E part. And scope 3 is very complex, like upstream and downstream supply chain, customers. So for that, the data readiness and data management is something very challenging in ESG management, where our technology can be a very good help on that. And when we set the goals and targets for our various attributes, say for carbon emission reduction or water withdrawal or energy consumption, so what kind of KPIs or OKRs will be important to assess? What kind of data will be important to focus maybe for the organization for next 2 years, next 5 years? So in that case, the technology can be very helpful, especially when we are doing comparing our data with the industry, so industry standard, maintaining that industry benchmarking, then knowing the journey, the tracking, monitoring in the ESG, all E part, S, and also in the G. So that is why technology is very important, and it helps in the whole of the ESG management, and where many personas are involved here, from supply chain to procurement, from sustainability department is a very big role here, finance department, because finally sustainability has also impact in the finance of the organization. So what kind of KPI will be important to measure, so that they can the organization can achieve goals and target in ESG. And ESG, it's not only a stand-alone process. The risks are in whole of the enterprise. So the business risk is involved in the ESG risk as well. So that's why especially data readiness, data management, and managing the whole process which the organization integrating with ERM. So that's very important, so that we can have sustainable businesses. So yeah, those are the important points that I wanted to bring here today.
Good point. All good points. So I'm just looking at the time, and we just have 3 minutes. I just wanted each of yours perspective to basically in one line talk about in today's scenario with all these regulations, with all these targets that companies have called out. How many companies do you really think have started on this journey, and how effective it is? You can talk about from an India perspective or from a global perspective, up to you. But please, if you could just in one or two lines summarize. So if I start with Ms. Anchal, please.
Yeah, so when we're talking about I mean, I've been in this domain for so long. I mean, we have
Sorry, sorry, Anchal, you have a very
to.
bad connection. We are not able to hear you clearly. So I think in the interest of time, Dr. Dinesh, if you would answer, then maybe Anchal will come back to you if you can get your signal sorted. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think ESG become imperative. There is no alternative to ESG. Whatever word we call it, ESG. We thought of the paper elimination, and today paper has been eliminated with the technology. We thought of reducing the travel, and the online meetings and conferences have made it possible, and it has been reduced significantly. We talked of the demand side efficiency. Today, LEDs, fans, lights, air conditioning, the power consumption has reduced significantly. Now, so the company have no alternative today. If they don't join the bandwagon of the ESG, they will not survive. More than that, I think they will not exist in future. The public has become very much aware. The consumer has become very much aware of it. All stakeholders have become aware of it, and investors are putting pressure now through ESG. So there is no alternative. Every company has to fall in
No,
line with
very
it.
well said. It's mandatory evil now. So nobody can shy away, essentially. Yes. Dr. Karavi, last one line, please.
Yeah, sure, Richa. If we see ESG and sustainability in global perspective, I think India is coming with good target strategy for as we have also targeted by 2070. We want to be, carbon neutral. We want to decarbonize our sectors. So it is very important that we have that in our initiatives, in our setup. And I would also say that from global perspective, Europe is doing very well. They are bringing various regulations that they're thinking with like CBAM, EU CSRD regulations. They're doing very nice jobs actually, bringing some very important changes for the continent. So I feel it's the time that we do awareness to action, then implementation as the right time that we should do it now.
No, perfect. No, so sorry. I think we are on the top of the hour, and Alicia has been pinging me. So wonderful meeting all you people, and Anchal, hope to hear from you in future. Sorry, your signal was a little too patchy today, but wonderful to hear your thoughts, and I hope this is going to resonate with everybody who hears this. And thank you, Geki, for getting us all together, and a wonderful panel
Thank
discussion.
you.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you a lot for the entire event.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Alicia.
everyone. Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful thoughts. I guess we have a perfect example why we should be saving our environment to have a perfect internet. Uh, so moving on to the next panel discussion, which talks about green life, empowering individuals through green jobs to shape sustainable business practices. This session is being moderated by Mr. Arpit Sharma, Chief Operating Officer at Skill Council for Green Jobs. Along with him, we have Arun Victor Paulraj, Senior General Manager at EKEI Energy Service Limited, Eking International, and Ms. Madhusmita Agarwal, Senior QHSE Professional Sales, and Emmy Niami, Manager Sustainability Finance, IATA Sustainability and Economics. Arpit Sharma is a strategy leader with a demonstrated history of working in challenging and strategic environments, expertise in government and private license, strategic planning and rationalizing of operational processes. A proud alumnium of Kairoli Mall School, University of Delhi, and Indian Institute of Management. Mr. Arun Victor, heading the Sustainability Service vertical of EKEI Energy Service Limited as an Assistant Vice President. The Sustainability vertical provides end-to-end strategic solution that enables business to future-proof their climate action and ESG mandates by offering a step-by-step guide to enable this transition and journey. Prior to joining EIKING, Arun sir was working with Confederation of Indian Industry, Green Business Center, and has been providing climate change and environmental sustainability advisory services to the industry. He has an extensive experience in implementing corporate level and project level sustainability programs, green rating framework, and in emerging sustainability trends of manufacturing industry. Then we have Madhusmita ma'am. She is an engineering graduate from one of the premier institute of India, which is IIT Roorkee, with a post-graduation in management from top-notch university, which is IIM Lucknow. Overall experience of 28 years, encompassing of QHSE roles in diverse fields, dating from automation to FMCG to power projects and many others. The role and responsibility over time has covered a complete spectrum of operational excellence. Throughout the career, there has been a special emphasis on the governance and business excellence, along with direct optional responsibilities of the project management office, optional quality and EHS facilities, administration, site management, and security. Presently, she's been representing 12 countries, which is Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore, Chennai, Hong Kong, and India, providing oversights of all HSE practice and standard across all business units in ensuring business success by managing sustainability and continuous improving business, thereby enhancing customer experience. And lastly, we have Ms. Emmy, is a sustainable finance manager at International Airport Air Transport Association, working to escalate the path to sustainability air transportation through access to finance and investment. With a background in aviation and economics and finance, Emmy has a sustainable development experience spanning across the UN system, private sector, central government, and NGO. Over to you, Mr. Arpit Sharma. So you're on mute.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be moderating this session with such eminent panelists. So my greetings to Alicia ji, Mr. Arun Victor, and Madhumita ji. So today's panel discussion will move around green jobs. So I would like to give a small introduction. As far as the green jobs are concerned, Skill Council for Green Jobs is concerned, we were created way back in 2015 by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. The line ministry is the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and SCGJ's main mandate is to develop the occupation, is to do the skill gap analysis, do the create national occupation standards, affiliate suitable training institutions across the country, and finally providing training, assessment, and certification to candidates. The areas that are covered by Skill Council for Green Jobs are renewable energy, sustainable development, environment, forest, and climate change. I would also like to today talk about, before we start the panel discussion, as everyone knows that the world is facing very, very pressing challenges of climate change and dwindling natural resources, and the significance of green jobs has never been more vital. But what are green jobs and why should we care about them? So in this panel discussion, we'll delve into the world of green jobs and discuss why environmental work and sustainability are so critical today, and for today and for the future as well. As per the ILO's definition, or as per the green jobs definition, how we define green jobs is, the category of jobs or the employment that directly benefits the planet and it contributes to the environmental well-being. So any kind of job that involves developing renewable energy sources, conserving resources, promoting energy efficiency, managing the waste properly, and supporting sustainable development practices are green jobs. So this was a small introduction that I wanted to give about the organization and about how we or ILO defines green jobs. But we have very interesting panelists today. So I have a few questions in mind. I would like to ask Madhusmita ji that uh, how will the target of net zero be achieved by India? And if the strategy relies on the new technologies, what steps India is taking towards developing those technologies?
Thank you, Arpit, for the question. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're very much audible.
Okay, okay. And thank you to the organizers also for inviting us. And it's a good opportunity to not just to discuss, but also to share with each other and learn from each other. So thanks for that. I understand your question is on net zero for India, which, as we know, the target is 2070, right? If I may say so, or that's my personal opinion, we are actually moving at a very slow pace in India if we compare several other countries. Because I handle Asia, and I once tried to see where we are in India as compared to all the other countries in Asia. Almost all the countries in Asia have a target by 2040 or 2050. That's the maximum. It's never beyond that. However, I do understand India is such a diverse and a huge country. I mean, because I come from Thales, which is a French company originally. So we always tell people that India is a country where you can include the 5 French countries, you know. So that's the kind of length and breadth that we have. So I'm sure it's not an easy task, but the target 2070, you know, seems very far off, and then people get detached. So first thing from my perspective is the target itself. If you give such a stretch target, maybe it's realistic. I can't commit on it because there would be a lot of government officers and consultants and experts who would have drawn upon it together. But at the same time, one of the major issues that I see here is in terms of energy or the renewable energy. There is a lot of focus which is coming up, but along with focus, you do have a lot of new companies, smaller companies coming up, and they are getting a lot of government support also. I know there are a lot of discounts that they get, if I may say so.
Yes.
But what pace they can move is a big question. And for organizations like us whose major carbon footprint is the energy that we use. Okay, so the transport is also one. I mean, we have actually two. One is the travel that we do. So all the air travel, if I handle Asia, obviously I travel to Asia. So all that also lead to the carbon footprint, and everything you cannot do virtually. So you need to travel. But so it's all scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 that we talk about emissions. But in terms of operations, our major one is energy. And I'm giving you examples in between. Like we are based in Noida, where I'm speaking from. We have a main office in Bangalore, and then we have another one in Mumbai. Now, the major difference between these three offices, Noida, it's in UP, Uttar Pradesh. We have tried our best how we can get any kind of renewable energy in the office that we are, and it's in vain. However, when we did the same thing in Mumbai, that we need renewable energy, we are ready to pay for it. Our office has only renewable energy because you have an option to go to Adani and say that I need renewable energy, I pay for it, and my electricity bill provides that option that okay, you are getting. Bangalore, it's kind of midway because there it's mandated 20 to 22% the grid has to provide you renewable energy. So we are assuming that we are being provided with that 22%, and we are calculating our carbon footprint accordingly. But after 22%, what about remaining we don't have a concrete plan, although I am aware that Bangalore as a city is now working on it. So Bangalore city as such has a carbon neutral plan. They are working towards it. So these are small steps. I think a lot more push is required. I'll not speak more on this, but as Thales, we have a net zero target for 2040. Thales as a company, and if nothing else happens, our only alternative is IREX. I'm sure you all are aware of it, but that's not the right way. I mean, internally we know, okay, we say that we will have IREC and we offset the carbon, but if nothing else happens, then we just buy IREX and we say, okay, we did the carbon offset and we become net zero. But that by me is not the right way. So I leave it there so that the forum is open and others also get a chance to speak. Over to you, Arpit. Can you hear me? I think Arpit, we can't hear you. Your video is frozen. Arun, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Matsumita.
I think we can't hear Arpit. Maybe one of you can take on from here and give your views and ideas while Arpit tries to join back.
That's great. Actually, if I may, Arun, Matsumita gave me a lot of inspiration and alignment with IATA's view on it from the aviation transport sector as well. So my name is Emi Mima. I'm Sustainable Finance Manager at IATA. At IATA stands for the International Air Transport Association, and we represent the airlines of the world, more precisely 330 airlines, around 80% of the world traffic. And Matsumita, we actually have very similar concerns as yourself to reaching our net zero target. So during the IATA's annual general conference in a meeting in 2021, the airlines that we represent actually set and pledged for their net zero carbon emission target by 2050. And what we see in terms of challenges is exactly also around the pace of being able to actually reach that target and about the supply. So when it comes to the different levers that we foresee as could be possible to reach our net zero target, the biggest one is around sustainable aviation fuels, which are advanced biofuels for air transport. And then they are supposed to, by 2050, really give us around 65% of all carbon emission reductions. And we see similar issues to yours, Matsumita, that you mentioned, which is that we do see demand. So airlines would like to buy all the SAF or sustainable aviation fuel that is out there, but there's not supply enough. So renewable energy supply, it's not really there. So this is one of the challenges that we see in that area. And I could go on further in these issues, but I will leave the floor to Aaron if you would like to add anything in this particular issues.
Yeah, hello. My voice is audible? Amy, can you confirm my voice is audible?
Yes,
Am I
we can
audible?
hear you, Aaron. Arpit, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Arpit, you are.
Okay. So I'm saying that we were talking about green jobs and we were talking about net zero, and in one of the most diplomatic areas in the city, we have lost the connection. So this is the kind of electricity demand that we have as a nation. So that only on the lighter side. I would now go to our next panelist, Mr. Arun Victor. Arunji, you've been working so hard and for a long time in the sustainability sector. What kind of radical changes are required to become net zero emissions for energy intensive industries? What is your comment on that? What the industry should do in order to be net zero? So right now we know that industry consumes a lot of fossil fuels, and there's a huge
Arpit, again, my voice is audible?
I think
Yes.
Arun, you can start
Yes.
because we can't hear
Yeah.
Arpit again.
Okay.
Uh,
Thank you. Thank you.
am I
Arpit.
audible now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
You
So
are
my
audible.
question again is that what radical changes are required to become net zero emissions for the energy intensive industries?
Yes, Arpit. Of course, I will talk from Indian perspective because we're dealing with a lot of Indian companies, and uh, as people rightly mentioned, that India as a country has set a net zero target by 2070. Why? Because we are a growing economy. Our absolute emissions will be increasing, and we'll be reaching peak, and then further we'll be reducing our emissions, and then that's why we have taken a long-term target of 2070. So when we talk about net zero, I just wanted to bring a clarity for the community because net zero is often compared with becoming carbon neutral as well. I would say that carbon neutral is something companies are taking emission reduction measures and then they are compensating the emissions which they are unable to abate by supporting projects or compensating the emissions somewhere else. And this is a year-on-year activity, and it's very much essential. And for that, industries are using market-based measures like buying RECs or buying carbon offsets. While net zero is about consistently reducing your emissions internally in your operations and then reaching a residual level of emissions, and then only a small portion which is very tough to abate, we are taking some offset or permanent removal measures like use of carbon removal and storage. So while talking about energy intensive industries, of course, from Indian perspective, I would give some examples like being a steel industry or being a fertilizer industry. So these cement industry, these are examples of energy intensive industries. The best measure for them to focus in the near term, maybe next to 5 to 10 years, would be invest a lot in renewable energy sources, both in terms of electricity as well as in thermal energy, like using biomass, biofuels, and then focus on energy efficiency upgrades. And we because net zero is a long-term goal, so let's aim as of now. Let energy intensive industries aim in near term in such initiatives which will have a better ROI. And then over a period of time, like technologies like green hydrogen or carbon capture and storage or energy storage, these technologies will evolve through to innovative measures, or through these things can be fast tracked by government interventions like providing right regulatory landscape or policy interventions. These type of technologies, maybe after 10 years time, they will become more economical, and then industry will slowly move towards this direction, adopt these kind of technologies, and ultimately they also will be able to um, achieve their net zero goal. Maybe not as easy as less energy intensive companies, but they will be definitely able to achieve this goal. So that's the strategy what we offer. So near term focus on low hanging fruits and available technologies. Long term you'll be able to leverage the evolving technologies. So that's the suggestion what we offer to the industries. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Arun.
Yeah.
Yes, we're not able to hear Arpit. Oh, maybe he is back.
Yeah.
Again,
Arpit, you're
connectivity.
yeah.
So, Emmy, let me come to you. You know, one of my favorite questions. We know that, you know, there are a lot of polluting industries such as waste management. We have textile industry, which is highly, you know, emitting a lot of emissions. When we talk about the airlines industry, so my question to you is, what is the airline's net zero carbon 250 resolution, and how can the objective be reached? And what are the main challenges in, you know, in reaching all these objectives?
Yes, thank you so much for that question, Arpit. And I did touch upon just a bit earlier on and really linked it with what Matsumita was mentioning. And I'm very happy to say that I could very much link it to what Aaron mentioned as well. So even though I mentioned what IATA's AGM resolution is really to reach net zero carbon emission by 2050 that our airline members have pledged towards. There are a number of challenges in this area. So the aviation industry, really, to reach this target, we're focused on delivering maximum reduction emissions at source, through the use of sustainable aviation fuels, which are advanced biofuels, innovative new propulsion technologies, which was also mentioned by Arun, which are like renewable energy technologies, such as hydrogen and electric aircrafts, and other efficiency improvements, including here improvement in air traffic navigation, which sometimes are not really spoken much about, but actually are quite significant throughout the world. And to really succeed in reaching these targets, we really need the coordinated efforts of the entire industry, including here airlines, airports, air navigation service providers, manufacturers, and of course also significant government support. And just to make a side note and to link it to the theme of this discussion today, India actually has great opportunities in terms of really creating jobs and skilled jobs if there would be enough incentives from the government. And Arun mentioned that biofuels is actually one of the levers to actually reach net zero. And we do agree. Actually, if India were to intensify and accelerate the pace of incentives and grants and public support when it comes to creating new job opportunities in the bioenergy sector, there could be a lot of benefits. For example, there have been estimates from 2021 that the sustainable aviation fuels or SAF industry in India could create more than 120,000 green jobs. And it also could raise farmers' incomes by 10 to 15% by selling agricultural residues. And these agricultural residues could be used as feedstock to create and to produce sustainable aviation fuel or SAF. Other opportunities could also be in terms of waste management, because a number of we call them SAF pathways, so sustainable aviation fuel production pathways, really use different types of feedstocks, and this feedstock would come domestically from India and could create export opportunities. It could also create better waste management, because waste could be one of the feedstocks, and it's one of the feedstocks that actually already produces sustainable aviation fuel. So it could help also with open air burning limitation and also a general decline in pollution. And in terms of challenges to reaching the objective that we mentioned, going back to the challenges, one of those is something that we mentioned also earlier with Matsumita, which is actually the supply. So even though 65% of all the carbon emissions reduction and the mitigation that should come from airlines by 2050 is supposed to come from SAF, we only have at the moment, according to IATA's latest estimates, only 0.5% of aviation fuel need in 2024 was covered by SAF. So there is a need for more supply for SAF. And even though it's encouraging, the pace has to be accelerated. And this is something that IATA is working on as well. So the way this is done is we see that a de-risking of investments and creating for SAF production, for example, but also creating the right standards and frameworks to make sure that, for example, sustainable aviation fuel benefits are well recognized and have robust frameworks in different parts. And I'm happy to go into more details if there will be time.
No, definitely, Amy. Thank you so much for your perspective. In fact, I would like to mention that India has already launched its green hydrogen mission, and the mission outlays that India would produce 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen by 2030, and this would be very helpful in decarbonizing sectors like aviation and shipping and transportation sectors, which are hard to abate. So a very well perspective from you. I think Madhusmita has some other commitment. She would be leaving us for now, but it was great listening to you, Madhusmita ji, and we would definitely touch with you again. So
thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. If any one of the organizers can tell me how much time do we more have so that we can have some more perspective from such eminent panelists. If Alicia can give me a small idea.
So we only have 2 minutes, so we would like to have a quick thought, closing remarks from each one of you.
Okay, so then we will have some closing remarks from Arunji, and then we will have some closing remarks from Emmy, from whom I really learned about the aviation sector in details today, which was very, very highly perspective driving. Yeah, Arunji, closing remarks
Yeah.
from you.
Thank you. And with the context of this panel, I would like to say that successful green job initiatives often, as Emma mentioned, involve collaboration between government, private sector, and communities. So these initiatives not only promote sustainability, but also drive economic growth and social development. Like in the case of biofuels, Indian oil majors like BPCL and IOCL, they're investing a lot into biofuel projects, including production of ethanol from agriculture waste. That's creating a lot of jobs in rural areas. You also mentioned about green hydrogen. And large-scale implementation of wind and solar power projects have generated already thousands of jobs in construction, operations, and maintenance. Of course, building a green infrastructure, also institutions like CII is promoting green building initiatives across India. And these kind of initiatives are creating sustainable buildings and then created jobs in the green construction sector. I think this has a very huge potential, and we should be leveraging it with proper education, training programs, financial support, and access to information. That plays a very crucial role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arunji. I would like to tell you that, as Skill Council for Green Jobs, we have already designed more than 25 qualifications on solar alone, solar photovoltaics alone. And more than 125,000 candidates have been trained and certified, and most of them have got jobs either in the rooftop sector or in the utility scale sector. And we are now closely moving towards green hydrogen, where 10 new qualifications, including the participant handbooks, have been created. And the training on electrolyzer manufacturing, on the base fundamentals of green hydrogen have already been started. So yes, as a country, as technology, we are definitely moving in the right direction. But as far as the skilling is concerned, as far as creating the relevant manpower for the industry is concerned, Skill Council for Green Jobs is very actively working towards achieving the goal of net zero and 1 billion tons of reduction of carbon emissions. So closing remarks from Emmy. I'd love to hear from you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Arpit, and thank you, Aaron. Actually, I would just like to continue. It's very encouraging, actually, from aviation sector to really hear that there is so much standardization and skilling of green jobs in India, and we would really encourage to continue this great work and maybe focusing also more on advanced biofuels. And it's really great to hear and encouraging about the hydrogen production, which is one of the main one of the levers actually for aviation as well. And this green hydrogen could be used also to power hydrogen aircraft where those are commercially available. So it's great to hear, and we do encourage the Indian government and the public institutions to really continue to incentivize the production of advanced biofuels, hydrogen, and all aviation net zero levers. Thank you so much for inviting me to this session. We're not able to hear you.
Yeah.
Maybe Alicia could help us.
I think Amy, they must be moving to next panel now, and
okay, great.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you as well, and have a good day.
Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panel discussion. Now, I would like to invite everyone from the panel discussion 3, Green Supply, Navigating Sustainable Procurement and Logistics with focus on green fuel integration. This session is being moderated by Mr. Sandeep Chatterjee, Supply Chain and Sustainability Leader, IBM Consulting. Along with that, we have Dr. Subramaniam Kunsu, Founder, Chairman, and CEO at Aqua Craft Group Ventures. We have Dr. Seema Gupta, Director, Ecoprance Business and Health Management Private Limited, and then Amol Kool, ESG Lead, Wellspun Enterprise Limited. Mr. Sandeep Chatterjee is a supply chain and sustainability leader at IBM Consulting with responsibility for engagements in supply chain sustainability leveraging technology. Prior to IBM Consulting, he has worked with Deloitte, KPMG, Tata Motors, Lafarge, Infosys, and Oracle Consulting, and his key strength lies in area of supply chain management, business processes, emerging countries enablement, network optimization, sustainability, EPR advisory across multiple industries and geographies. Dr. Subramania is well-recognized sustainability leader known for his advocacy for clean drinking water and safe sanitation. He's the founder, chairman, and CEO of Aquacraft Group Ventures. The flagship company of the group is a solution to divide improvements in areas of sanitation, clean drinking water, health, and hygiene across India. His business philosophy is service to nation and mankind, and as a successful spearhead a movement that has been able to leverage CSR innovation, advocacy, and capacity building. He has been at the forefront at advocating sustainability rights since inception of Aquacraft in 2010, which he formed leveraging, leaving behind the success corporate careers. Then we have Amol Kool, dedicated sustainability strategist for over 14 years of experience in sustainability and climate change initiatives, skilled in problem solving, innovation, strategic development, lead climate impactful projects in the areas such as climate risk assessment and sustainable finances. Collaborates effectively across teams, formulating and executing initiatives for sustainable development, energy efficiency, and policy advancement. Recognized for translating complex concepts into the actionable plans. Dr. Seema Gupta is a director and a senior consultant at Ecopreneurs, having overall experience of 15 years in academics and IPR research and consulting. Her area of expertise: IPR, carbon migration, project verification, validation process, research and modeling. She is doctorate from Devi Ahilya University, DAVV, MTech in System Management from School of Future Studies and Planning, and MSc in Mathematics from School of Mathematics, DAVV Indore. She has been awarded with Young Scientist and Women Scientist. Awarded has been cleared PSC examination. Over to you, Mr. Jack.
So thank you so much, Alicia. I think for the wonderful introduction, and it's very heartening to see this illustrious panel. And I was going through all your profiles, and I see that all of them have done substantial work in this space. So let me just introduce the topics. The way we will, I know we have about 30 minutes for this discussion, but the way we will do it, I will just put forward my opening remarks, and then I will go to three of you, and we will talk about your initial we'll talk about your initial thoughts, and then maybe we will have some very specific question related to your field, and then we wind up. So if I look at it, we are talking about three things here. We are talking about sustainable procurement, we are talking about sustainable logistics, we are talking about green fuel. Now if I look at it, logistics, let's say freight transportation, it actually, if I look at the latest data from MIT, about 8 to 9% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from this freight transportation. And if I add warehousing and ports, it's about 11%. The second aspect, if I look at it, procurement. Now, as per the data from World Bank, if I say public sector procurement, that is responsible for 15% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is about 7 times that of the aviation industry. In the previous panel, we had somebody from the aviation industry. She was talking about that. And of course, aviation is an emitter of greenhouse gas emissions. But when I look at public sector procurement, that alone is 15%. The third aspect, if I say again green fuel, typically when I looked at the fossil fuel data, again from the project, which is, there's a project going on for carbon credits. 73% of the emissions are from fossil fuels, coal being 44%. Then there is oil, there is natural gas. Nobody talks a lot about natural gas, but what we understand is CO2 is one aspect, but natural gas also has methane, which can be very deadly. So, having said that, I know as a generation we have been using resources. It's not the resource depletion which is of concern, but it is the rate of resource depletion which is of prime concern. Today, to support one Earth, we are using 1.8 Earths. So, I think this is totally unsustainable because we are actually borrowing resources from the future to fill our needs. We are in a era, we are in a, I think, a summer of 50 degrees centigrade plus everywhere. I think the 1.5 degrees centigrade scientific target which you have taken, if we don't do anything around that, I think this is a matter of grave concern. And maybe before I move to Dr. Subramania, I think one more statistics I wanted to share. Again, I'm not against consumption, but if I look at maybe UK has the data, the kind of clothes which are there in UK, that is enough for the next 6 generations. So, having given these kind of statistics, let's now move to Dr. Subramania. I know you're popularly known as the waterman of India, done a lot of work around that. If you can just throw some light on the topic.
Thank you so much, Sandeep, and it's a great privilege to be a part of this panel today. A very, very important topic, and the statistics that you just rolled out, Sandeep, are very, very apt, and most importantly, it actually opens up a huge vista for call for action. And this call for action is what I would call as sustainable action. And when I hear a lot of people about sustainability, the sustainability, as you rightly said, is to try and give a better world to the future generation. If we are not able to do that, and we've distorted, a whole bunch of activities. But I will be specific to the water footprint that is involved in sustainable procurement, as you talked about, logistics, and every supply chain that actually goes into building a product. The classic example, which you talked about, cloth. UK has, cloth worth of 6 generations. Each piece of cloth requires around 30 liters to produce. So I'm going back to the core. And when we talk about supply chain management, it's right from procurement of this particular cloth, stitching it, transporting it, storing it, retailing it, the entire life cycle from origination to the product and product to sort of commercialization has a huge water footprint. And this is precisely what we are trying to now promote and talk to people, that every product should have a water balance sheet. The total amount of water that is used to produce. So to give a basic example is that while a normal piece of cloth takes 30 liters of water to produce a meter, khadi takes only 2 liters.
Okay.
So these are the kind of things that we need to start moving towards. As you rightly said, we are not against consumption. Consumption is a must. But how do we create a much water positive approach? Because a lot has been spoken about carbon emissions around climate action. But water, which is core to sustainability, has been clearly missing the narrative. I'll just give another example, Sandeep, before I leave it to other panels to join in. The recent Bangalore water crisis, we have seen a huge challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, and everybody is dependent on sort of rains to come and save. Borewells have gone dry. Lakes have been completely depleted. But what we're trying to say here is that there is a lot of sewage that humanity generates.
Yeah.
Leverage the sewage. Use nature-based solutions. We offer energy-efficient solutions to generate water with absolutely no carbon footprint, irrespective of rain, to recharge groundwater. Not just this. Every housing society or every commercial complex in Bangalore needs to have a sewage treatment plant right now. What we are offering is we are offering nature-based green solutions, and not just water for consumption for the captive stakeholder, but excess water to be transported for the industry. Here, where the transportation comes into the picture, we have introduced green transportation with CNG trucks, with new trucks for water to be transported. What I'm trying to say is that every element, every action in production, in consumption, in retailing has a water footprint, has a carbon footprint. Idea is to identify that, measure that, inculcate good behavior in managing sustainability, issue water credits and carbon credits for good behavior, and offer that as an offset to stakeholders who cannot do it right now but commit towards sustainability, thereby creating a balanced world. I will rest my initial
No, I
iteration.
think these are brilliant points, and it reminds me that typically, I know it's a whether we use a bucket for bathing or use a hand shower. I think the
Right.
moment the water consumption is more, and typically what we have seen is if you are uh, booking a hotel, I think just because you are paying for it, I think consumers are never conscious how much water they are using just
Correct.
because they are paying for it. So it's a very
Correct.
unfortunate reality. So I like the thing around your behavior. I think that's very very critical, and I think so. We'll talk about it as
Incentivizing behavior with
absolutely,
water credits.
absolutely,
And we have
absolutely.
pioneered the world's first digital water bank, where we are telling
Okay.
people to recognize water as currency,
Hmm.
open up a digital water savings bank account, reporting your water
Wow.
savings, which will verify, validate, give you water credits,
Hmm.
and recognize water as a tangible asset on the balance sheet of every manufacturing, any corporate for that matter. Till the time you don't do that, the commitment towards sustainability will only on paper.
No, I think fantastic. I think this is something definitely needs to be looked at very positively, because we take it for granted that water is abundant, which is
Correct,
not the case.
correct. Which is not.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I think very brilliant thoughts, and particularly something around the behavior and incentivizing. I think these are the two things which I really picked up. So next, I will come to you, Dr. Seema. Again, I've seen that you have done a lot of work around carbon accounting, carbon credits. So wanted to know your initial thoughts on this thing around logistics, procurement, and
So, good afternoon, everyone. I start with wishing everyone happy World Environment Day 2024. And let us all come together to save the land, to save the future. I congratulate the organizing team also, and thank you, Mr. Sandeep, for setting the theme so well for this session. So, would like to talk about the need, policies, and incentives that are available for turning into green and sustainable. Because normally we think that green has a cost, but not only it has a cost, it is rewarding also, and otherwise it will be punishable. So we need to think from that perspective that how it will be rewarding. So
Mhm.
sustainability means what? It means that we need to uh, meet our present needs but without compromising the future generations, and we also understand the importance of the environment, social and economic balance. So
Mhm.
climate is changing, and this is a collective global problem. It is not one's problem, it is for everyone. So we need to understand that there is an urgent need to mitigate this greenhouse gas emission and combat the rising atmospheric concentration of GHG, because it is going to result in the heating, global heating, and if we
Mhm.
go beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade, the results will be drastic. So a new
Okay.
report, very recent report from the Deloitte shows that India must act now to prevent losing US $35 trillion in economic potential over next 40-50 years due to unmitigated climate change. And
Mhm.
it also reveal at the same time that if we act and we try to limit the rising global temperatures, we could gain US $11 trillion also in economic value instead of losing that US
Mhm.
$35 trillion. So that much is the punishment and the reward mechanism. Science based target also, they have provided with the tools and the guidance for enabling the businesses to set the target and reduce their scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. And also it talks about the beyond value chain mitigation. So it's not only your supply chain, but you have to act beyond the value chain. So, and corporates are pledging under the science based initiative also, working also. And then we have the United Nations framework convention on the climate change, which is popularly known as UNFCCC, and they have umbrella of initiatives and the innovations. To name a few, Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action is there, 2030 Climate Solutions, then the 1.5 degree centigrade supply chain leaders support that support the small and the medium sized enterprises through their SME climate hubs with the tools and knowledge and the best practices. It's just that we are not aware of all this. So the need is to make people aware of all these tools and the best practices also. And then of course the carbon market, which we are into under the Ecopreneurs. So carbon market provide incentives for providing the finances via the carbon credits. So carbon credit is reducing 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that is termed as the carbon credits. Every country has responsibility, and even the industries also have the responsibilities, but they are differentiated. Like India also committed for emission intensity reduction of its GDP by 45% by 2030 from its 2005 level. And in the transport sector, it contributes about 10% of the total GHG emission. Many low carbon options and incentives are provided via green shipping, IT enabled management of ports, encouraging improved fuel efficiencies, then model shifts. And I'll take the example also in the as we goes along, how they will be rewarding. Then as sir was also talking right now about the change in the lifestyle. So we have the mission life also, that is from the lifestyle for the environment, which invites is to shift from the mindless and destructive consumption to mindful and deliberate utilization of the natural resources. And it has 3 phases. In the first phase, it says that we envision the core shift in the demand size. So first the demand is generated, then the supply, with the gradually shifting the industries and the markets to respond that demands for the environment or the eco-friendly actions and procurements, green procurements. And the third phase will also be the change in the policies to support the sustainable consumption and production. So mission life is coming under the green credits initiative, with the rules are notified very recently in October 2023, which also talks about not only the carbon emission reduction based, but also the water based green credits also is talk about sustainable agriculture, waste management, and so many other sustainable practices. So green credits are going to be given by the government of India for the positive, to encourage the voluntary environmental positive actions. So this are different than the carbon credits. The green credits in the holistically sustainable practices for rewarding the people. So then the green hydrogen mission is also coming up, and it is already launched, and they have the expected to generate the production capacity of 5 million ton of green hydrogen per annum. So it is also launched with the vision up to 2030, the demand side and then the supply side. So demand side will be focusing on incentives for manufacturing of electrolyzers and incentive of production of green hydrogen under the strategic interventions for green hydrogen transition. So India is also having various schemes for rewarding and for punishing also, like the PATE scheme we have, the perform, achieve and trade scheme, to reduce the specific energy consumptions in the energy intensive industries. And it's coming in the modified form as the Indian carbon market, which will be to spur the mobilization of investment from transition to low carbon pathways. So it will also provide the new opportunities for mitigating the emission reductions, for giving or certifying the credits to private and public entities. And there are various international compliance markets also, where you have to reduce your emission, otherwise you have the obligations, or you have the punishment in terms of the tax. So that is to cite one example is the EU ETS, European Union Emission Trading Scheme. And then there are the other voluntary mechanisms also exist, which reward your emission reduction actions, like the Vera Gold Standard, where sustainability is an opportunity for all. So we need to we need the knowledge and the experience to guide, to that cost will be compensated with many initiatives and mechanisms. And India has a window of opportunity to lead the way and show that how climate action is not a narrative of cost, but one of the sustainable economic growth. So
I think
yeah.
some very great points are picked up. First is definitely something around carbon credits. There's something around green credits, which you spoke
Yes.
about, and the third is, of course, we look at sustainability as a cost, because it's again it's an opposite side, whether profitability, because typically the perception is sustainable products actually cost more, and consumer may not be willing to pay more for that. So I will come back to you. So let me just quickly go to Mr. Amor again. You have been in this construction industry for quite long, and I know construction industry well. Again, if I say mining is number one, I think construction, maybe it's the perception is a lot of these emissions the construction industry is responsible, because you will have your procurement, you will have your logistics, and you will also looking at a green fuel. So I just wanted to know your initial thoughts on how the construction industry, what you have seen is moving towards a more sustainable world.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, everybody. So we have to really understand that construction industry still remains a very rudimentary industry, whether it part of the real estate or whether it is a part of the infrastructure side. Currently, my profile takes me to the more infrastructure background on the construction part. And there I realized that, until unless you have a very robust procurement and logistic policy, it is very, very difficult to operate in the infrastructure industry, particularly. Especially when we are into the road and infrastructure, and we are into the road and water distribution sector, where the sites are, in UP Jal Jeevan Mission, we have almost 2,000 projects, 2,000 project sites, and then we have to procure and manage solar panels, bricks, cement, tanks, pipes, and so many other things. And until unless you have a very, very robust strategy for the procurement, it cannot be done. It's a failed project otherwise. So the construction inherently has a very strong procurement systemology and their own way of logistic and working methodology. The challenge comes with the green part of it, or as we call it, the sustainable part of it. Part of it is already covered. So when we talk about the regional materials, or we call out about the local materials, the preference is always go to the local materials. We don't want to hire, or we don't want to take pipes from 2,000 kilometers or 500 kilometers or 600 kilometers. We try to procure material within 100 kilometers of radius, and that is the preference, and that is the cost which makes sense. Until unless if even if I think that there is a good material which is say 500 or 700 kilometers from my project site, it might not make a financial sense to me. So eventually I'll go for a material which is around my project site. And you'll see most of these projects, the construction projects, drive local businesses very heavily, whether it is sand, aggregate, cement, steel, and then again there are categories of steel, categories of cement, mortar, bricks. So these kind of procurement have been done very strongly in the construction sector in general. I mean, I'm talking both from the infrastructure as well as from the real estate point of view. The challenge again comes with the materials like the fly ash or pond ash, or the green steel as we call it. These are something which still needs to be assessed for procurement purposes, whether they are making sense in terms of the life cycle of those materials, as well as the cost of procuring them. So it cannot be done, if comparatively the cost of fly ash bricks is lower than your burnt clay bricks, which is around, so burnt clay bricks will cost you around 10 or 11 rupees. The fly ash bricks will cost you around 3 to 4 rupees, 5 rupees. But then the question comes back that, what is the integrity of the structure, and whether the fly ash bricks or the burnt clay bricks, or the alternate materials that you are talking about, are going to serve the purpose or going to serve the aspects to it. So these are few of the challenges and solutions at the same time. So the solution also exists: the mud bricks, or the procurement within the local regions drive economies, and a larger social drivers, and we have a much larger influence on the sustainable part of it when it comes to the procurement within within that region in particular. We also face issues with the logistics. So, for example, in terms of solar panels, when we install in UP Jal Jeevan missions, 500 to 600 megawatt of solar panels on each site. So 2,000 sites, 200 to 300 megawatt, and then it spreads around the entire state of UP. So it's a logistic nightmare for anyone. So these are the few challenges, and we are dealing with them, and we are trying to find a solution, an optimized solution. How can we do that, and how can we approach about it? So yeah, that is where I'm coming from, and I agree with ma'am that a lot of drivers are there in terms of the reporting, as well as from the BRSR perspective, especially that we are talking about. BRSR is a very, very strong driver for a company like us.
Okay, I think fantastic. I wish we can go on and on, because there's so much to discuss. But again, given the thing around 30 minutes, let me just quickly summarize again. Again, given the look at it, Dr. Subramania, again known as the waterman of India, spoke a lot about how we can, because a lot of us don't see water as something we take it for granted, but there have been reports which say that the next world war will be fought on for water. I think this is something we need to be really wary of. Dr. Seema spoke about some of the policy related things, something around carbon credit. Something which is very interesting I found is green credit, which is, I think we will have to more formalize it, because again, nothing against anybody, but as a country, unless there is an incentive or a punishment for it, things don't happen, because unless we have it in the formal structure, maybe it may not happen voluntarily. And Mr. Amor, again, he spoke about the challenges. Again, we all know about the materials, because finally it boils down to cost versus profit. Because even if something is sustainable, maybe if the end consumer is not willing to pay for it, that still lies. And no CEO will forego profits at the expense of sustainability. If GDP still remains the only indicator of growth, if the metrics change, things will happen. But if we still continue to use GDP as a measure of growth, I think this may not happen. But I think as a country, as a nation, I think we have made some good strides. India has the advantage that, again, a very classic McKinsey report which says that 70% of India is yet to be built. So there's an opportunity for us, because we can build it more sustainably. So thank you so much for your time. I think personally, I learned a lot, and I hope the audience also took some key, because today is a very important day. It's just not one day, but I think this is something which needs to be part of our life, because we are at a tipping point and we are already seeing the summer. So if we really don't do something about it, I think the world will still continue to exist, but humanity may not. So with this, I will hand it over to Alicia for your closing comments.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful panel discussion. I guess there's no stop to it when we start discussing what is happening in the world, how to take it forward, what are the actions to be taken, whether it's clean water, whether it's clean air. We all need to take corrective measures to keep it better and healthier. So thank you everyone for your wonderful session. Now we'll move to the lunch break. We'll come back and join with the another session at 1:45. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Green Champions India edition, powered by GCI Events, platform partner Amans AI. Let's start with the panel discussion 4. Green Champions, harnessing the power of Green Loyalty Program for consumer, businesses, and planet. This session is being moderated by Mr. Abhinav Jain, co-founder and CEO at Amans AI. Along with him, we have Rajiv Quatra, Head Digital, Gainwell CED. Tanu Sood, Head Sustainability Offering, Tech Mahindra. Ms. Prachi Agarwal, Manager Channel Loyalty Program, Havels India Private Limited. Amit Yadav, CMO and VP Sales, Operation and B2B in Jubilant Agri Consumer Product Limited. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Abhinav Jain to take this panel discussion forward and for everyone to give a small introduction about themselves.
Thank you, Alicia. Hi, everyone. Good to see you here. I know I have met most of you physically, personally in your offices. But on this World Environment Day, I think it makes total sense to be online and save some carbon footprints. I also want to thank Amit sir for the last minute request that we made, and so do to Rajiv sir and Prachi as well. Tanu, it's good to meet you. We haven't met, but it's always learned to have people like you who are doing a lot of work in the sustainability. As I mentioned, I actually want to start this discussion with some very encouraging numbers. Last year in December, during just about to start the Christmas season, I actually happened to drop my daughter to the school. It was early in the morning, and we have 3 lifts in the school. And she was going on, some of the lifts. So I didn't check anything. I just called all the 3 lifts, right? And immediately she stopped me there. And she said, "Papa, why did you call all the 3 lifts?" I was being very happy, thinking that my daughter has checked the numbers, whichever is the near one. She will simply say that we should have called this lift. But her answer actually intrigued me. She said, "Since you called all the 3 lifts, you just wasted the energy 2 times. We could have simply saved it." And that's the number that I want to talk about. Whopping 82% next generation is looking at sustainability as the way to living. 68% consumers in a global survey by a leading Big 4 agency said that they will be choosing a sustainable product with slightly higher price point than a normal, non-sustainable, non-eco-friendly product. And most importantly, now the Gen Z and millennials have started to understand the power of eco-friendly, eco-positive products and brands who are supporting it. And who could be the best leaders than all 4 of you who are leading the era in a different way altogether to join me here today. As the moderator, what I am going to do is not just ask questions, but actually allow all of us to discuss and share our own viewpoints about how your brands are doing this. I would like to start with Rajiv Quatra, sir. Rajiv, sir, I know you for almost 5-6 years now. And
yeah, good afternoon, Abhinav, and good afternoon, everyone. And wishing everyone a World Environment Day also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Same to you as well. Sir, I've been to your building. What a beautiful green building, an example of a building that how it should be green and sustainable. I know that Gainwell also have received multiple awards and also certifications from them. But when we met last time, Rajiv sir, we definitely talked about a very interesting program that you guys are talking about, which is called Unnati, I guess, right? And also, additionally, interesting program like Green Line. While I know that these are not part of your marketing initiatives, but they are very impactful initiatives. Tell us about a little more about it. What are these programs and how do you see a truly creating an impactful program beyond just the day-to-day marketing initiatives of yours?
Yeah. So at Gainwell, so we truly believe that each and every aspect of our marketing needs be mindful and it should be a green. And we are currently working on green content, which is putting focus on green initiatives, whether through our innovations or our R&D centers or CSR initiatives which we are taking in. These initiatives are highlighted through our social media channels or also on the websites, and also through external communications, whether our job advertising or billboards or hoardings, which we normally do it for offline marketing also. So we continue to use our platform for highlighting innovations for industry pertaining to ESG, ensuring our practices for educating our audiences on the new trends. So some of the major marketing practices which we have put on the white paper includes that we market our products. You know that our products are heavy equipment engineering. We have created our 360-degree virtual showrooms where customer can come in and they can review the products. And we have also created our online part sales channel also, where customer has currently we have more than 60% of customers those who are ordering it through online channel. This helps us to reduce our efforts on ground, thereby reducing our carbon footprints.
So this is very interesting. Sorry, I just want to ask a question. While your products are earth movers, and you're saying
Yes.
60% of your customers are buying online.
Parts, they are buying parts. 60% of our customers are buying parts online.
Fantastic. This is fantastic.
And this is one of the best as far as in Caterpillar. There are around 185 Caterpillar dealers worldwide, but 60% is one of the best in even in the world itself. And when you remember during COVID time, it was hardly 4 to 5%.
And during COVID also, when we launched, I remember that we actually launched one of the largest products online, right?
Yes.
It was
I remember we launched there was a virtual launches during that time when we got engaged in. And now we have gone ahead and we are working towards phygital events. So wherever we are doing events, these are one of the phygital events, which also helping us to reduce intercity travels of our employees, as well as most of the customer, those who won't visit to these events, so they are also connected physically also. So this is the second marketing strategy which we have implemented. Other than that, we have also insisted on working on the vendors to promote our green strategy for disposing our waste responsibility from the ground activities. We maintain green practices on the ground, such as banning all the single use of plastic. You have visited our office and storage of the food and recycling of material, etc. And a lot of our equipments, which, as you know, it's a heavy equipment. Most of the equipments are now we are using sustainable supply chains also. That is transportation of these equipments. These come from long distance. That it is manufactured in Caterpillar factory, which is in Trivandrum. So I think more than 2,000 kilometers. So those are traveled through railways. In more than 38, 35 numbers. So that is also an initiative, and also all our employees are also tied up with the Blue Smart also.
Yes,
so
that was very interesting one. I think tying up with Blue Smart was a very smart choice actually. And when we talk about smart products, I actually want to talk about what Havells is doing. And Prachi, you have been leading loyalty initiatives at Havells. I think and I personally use a lot of Havells products. But I do understand that loyalty programs play a very important role in any distribution-led company, be it whether it's Havells or be it at Jubilant or be it at Gainwell Cat. And I'm sure that Tanu will have some other examples of that as well. But why don't you also share some insights about what digital initiatives, particularly in loyalty and reward or channel partner engagement, you have introduced in the company, and they are eco-friendly, they are environment positive.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. Happy World Environment Day. So at Havells, like Rajiv ji mentioned, and I'm sure most of us, everybody would be involved in, ESG initiatives and all. So if we talk about loyalty programs here, particularly 2 or 3 major steps and initiatives that we took is from one, we moved the entire program online, wherein we launched the mobile applications for our dealers, for our retailers, for in fact our influencer category, which is electricians, right? So now everybody has the mobile app wherein they can go online, they accumulate their points, and earning and burning happens through online. So we have cut down on any physical program provisions. There on second most important step that we took, we initially had barcodes system on products which used to be peeled off, and it was a sticker kind of thing which used to be pasted on passbooks, and wherein a lot of paper and wastage also used to happen at times. But then we moved to QR code, that is a single QR code across our chain, starting from warehousing till the end customer, so thereby saving a lot of paper consumption, a lot of time, money and energy, wherein one single QR code is being scanned through applications, and the same QR code is being scanned on multi-level. So we do not. So that is the most important initiative that we took. Thirdly, if we talk about these segments, in loyalty, majorly we go ahead whenever loyalty comes into our mind, there comes gifting. So we particularly moved towards eco-friendly gifting, wherein we started distributing, instead of going with plastic bags and all for these electricians and retailer community, we moved to paper bags and jute bags, which is again environment friendly. We now are focusing clearly on the rewards that we are, giving to these electricians and retailers. We are moving to environment friendly products, eco-friendly products, which are yet again utility product. Also, we had cut down on, as Rajiv sir also mentioned, we had cut down on the physical meets. So these meets in a loyalty program for such kind of TG is very important. While there's a constraint of physical meets, so now we are trying to move to digital platform, wherein by connecting to a larger audience and in single time, and in fact reducing the time and energy and efficiency and resources that we utilize. So these are certain.
Is fantastic. I think these are some of the best examples. In fact, one of our initiative is about green loyalty programs, where we are primarily promoting, and we know that our team is also in talks with all of you individually or at a organizational level to figure out how these programs can be made sustainable. But I want to actually now talk to Amit sir, okay, because I again know Amit sir for a long time, and about his vision and capabilities of the organization, I was always thrilled to meet him. They also have won, I think, from CII Sustainability, the Eco-Friendly Products Award, and all of this. Congratulations for that, Amit sir. Amit sir, we know that you recently transformed your entire strategy about eco-friendly products and eco-friendly marketing initiatives and all. We would love to know about your initiatives and visions around it, and probably something that we all can learn along the way in the industry.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, thank you, Abhinav, for having me here, and good afternoon to everyone. See, basically, just a quick introduction. We are a very brick and mortar company. So we are a part of the Jubilant Group, and I represent Jubilant here. But the division which we're discussing here is adhesives and wood coatings. Now, these are physical products, an adhesive which is used at consumers' homes, to manufacture furniture, or a wood coating. It's basically typically a polish, which is used on your furniture, which could be a coating. So here, I think starting from our factory, I'll talk about the entire supply chain. I think our factories are, green certified, and we have awards like Green Tech, Evocades Awards, which kind of give us clearance to be a green, factory where we have a 100% recycling system. So from there to our products, which are low VOC, eco-friendly products, the adhesives, which are water-based products. And especially when it comes to wood coatings, they are very, very sensitive, and they may carry harmful carcinogenic, substances, which are very harmful for the applicator or the carpenter who's applying it, as well as consumers like us, in whose homes they are being applied. So at every stage, what we're focusing is we're driving the eco-friendly water-based products, and we're promoting it. So all our actions are towards that. And, our KPIs, internal KPIs, is that the percentage of green products versus the overall volume should go up every year. So, that's on the product side. When it comes to packaging, what we've done is we never use virgin plastic. That's the mandate, what we have. So all our suppliers, near our factory are at a certain range, and we ensure that, we don't burn enough carbon footprints, to get material from far off. So that's a very, very basic thing, what we're doing. But all I'm trying to say is we're consciously practicing and doing it. So the drums in which what we sell adhesives, they're reusable drums. So
Right.
after the consumption is over, they can be sold and they can be used for storage of water, grains, and other stuff. And coming back to the last point, after the product and packaging is the promotion. So we are virtually moving from from to a digital environment. So earlier, we used to, our promotions, our market collaterals, etc., used to be physical, sticking posters on shops, etc. But now we're moving on to digital, and finally coming on to the loyalty program. I think with the support from Avinav as well, we're trying to introduce gifts which are virtual vouchers, where there's no physical movement which is required, and of course gifts which are green in terms of jute bag, as Prachi mentioned, etc. So I think it's a 360 stuff what we're doing and trying to promote stuff.
No, absolutely. And in fact, I met with one of your team members lately, and even the product on which this promotion was happening was actually a green product material, which was very intriguing to us, that it is not just about creating those reusable patterns or reusable things, but also that thought has gone into the ecosystem altogether, right? And lot to learn there. Let's go to Tanu. Tanu, I'm sure that while we have 3 very prestigious brands here, you also work with hundreds of such prestigious brands at Tech Mahindra. We would love to know about what kind of patterns you are seeing, or as a head of sustainability offerings at Tech Mahindra, what are some of those key initiatives, particularly in the sustainability initiatives you have launched or your company is eyeing at? Over to you, Tanu.
Right. Thanks, Abhinav, and very glad to be here in a very diverse kind of setting with different perspectives. When I talk about Tech Mahindra's own journey, very similar to some of the organizations that my co-panelists represent, we have also taken steps on greening our own operations. We are IT services, so the kind of footprint that we have and what is material to us is very different from some of the brick and mortar businesses or manufacturing kind of businesses. So from our own perspectives, if I talk about it, 9 of our office locations are green and platinum, gold and platinum LEED certified in terms of
Wow.
parkings, occupancy sensors, zero waste to landfill certifications, um, recycling, water treatment, all that goes into a green building certification and LEED certifications. If I talk about the way that we approach beyond just campuses, there are lots of things that we've done on the human rights side of it, on the social aspects, working with our employees, working with our customers to encourage green practices. Couple of examples, we have something called Green Champions across our locations, which is basically democratizing the entire sustainability aspect, because this is not a central function anymore. Each employee is a representative of what they do, uh, working with clients for us. So green champions and green marshals are something that we have internally as, let's say, location representatives, which implement location specific initiatives. Things like, we've partnered with Quick Ride, for example, for carpooling. We've launched EV services for our Noida campus. We've gone paperless. Even our marketing events, we do not put up posters and banners. These are just TV screens that we put up, and everything is just connected digitally through QR codes. We don't print flyers, brochures anymore for any of our marketing events. So it's a different level of engagement with our employees, because we truly believe that while working with our end customers, this is something that each employee represents. For our customers, we encourage virtual meeting. Business travel is restricted to necessary travel, and lots of other initiatives which are relevant for IT organization as such. Now, if
So
I
this
talk
is
about,
very,
yeah,
sorry,
sorry.
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
If I talk about what we do for our clients and different kinds of businesses, we are seeing this as an emerging theme and trend in terms of a need. It's not just the initiatives, but also how to meet the right regulations around the world in terms of either packaging or product labels or emissions reduction. So there are lots of I would say tech-based solutions that we have put in place for our customers, either IoT based solutions, AI based solutions, OT, IT solutions, to actually change the way that they operate in their operations and reduce either waste, water, energy, and different kinds of footprint when it comes to the environmental impact.
I think one thing that we all would agree, and good for companies like us who are in technology, that technology is playing a very important role in making things sustainable, at the same time scalable. Right? I was part of a discussion about a year ago in one of the industry chambers, and I looked at it. This was the data from a report that they quoted. I'm just citing word as word. An event which was hosted for about 800 people for 3 days, which is a standard conference, right? It cost the carbon footprint of about 16,000 trees for a month. This 800 people event for 3 days cost a carbon footprint that would need about 16,000 trees for a month. I have another very interesting number. Since Amit sir talked about that, since we are moving towards digitizing the promotions and all, 1,000 posters, okay, of A4 size, it equivalents to about 500 trees equivalent of carbon emission for a month, right? This is just a very basic number that we do not actually look at it. And here is a very interesting thing. Everyone talks about flying to a city or inviting 100 channel partners or members to a 2-hour flight for one traveler. Okay, just a domestic flight, not even the 720 or something big flight, equals to 260 trees worth for a month. This is the number that we are talking about. So while we look at marketing, channel engagement and all of this from a very sales point of view, from a ROI driven point of view, but actually it costs a lot on the environment, right? I would actually like to go to Rajiv Kwatra sir for a quick thing about. So, sir, I am aware that you guys are launching all of these fantastic initiatives, be it in marketing, phygital experiences, digital launches, and definitely buildings and all of this. How do you actually measure the success of these initiatives? That's one of the very common question about a lot of people who want to involve in these things are. How do you measure it? That is it successful? Is it not? Share your views on that.
Yeah, sure. So, you talked about our facility that is known as Unnati. It is based in Greater Noida. Let me also inform you that we have received, we are first in Asia and 7th in the world to receive LEED Platinum 4 certification.
Many
that is the 4 certification and it is covered by NDTV also. And the main features, salient features of this building where I am currently, is the radiant cooling. It's normal 30% more efficient than the normal conventional AC cooling. So it's not AC cooled, it is environment friendly. Solar is another one important thing. Solar rooftop, it saves 66% of energy. Although Caterpillar provides a lot of gas engines also, heavy KVAs, 1500 kVA, 2000 kVA, we are providing it to even to the parliament also. We have supplied a lot of the new parliament which has come up. So Caterpillar has supplied the generators also. So those are now also coming as important. Those are with low emissions those are getting in. So rain water harvesting is also being done, taken care of against this, and water treatment parts is also there. So we are on track to measure our green initiatives through fall. There are a lot of initiatives, and we have an external agency who measures this. Some of them are, say, for green management. There are energy consumption ratios are being metrics which is measured. Water audit metrics is there. Material management, recycling, reusing of policies, supplier management, waste management, biodiversity, and some ban of the plastic bottles. Yeah. These are few initiatives. These are few metrics which are being measured on a regular basis.
Fantastic. I think, and that's a very good way of looking at it, that how you are actually seeing it from the overall holistic umbrella perspective, right? Amit sir, I'll actually ask a very simple question to you, because and I'm very closely seeing the work that your team is doing, and fantastic work on the sustainability and eco-friendly side. There are, when we build a balance sheet, there is a cost and there is a benefit, right? lot of companies are struggling to understand if these green initiatives and going for a slightly higher but more eco-friendly packaging is actually helping or not. I would love to know, I mean, what strategies have you seen or proven most cost effective for you, at the same time going green, initiating these eco-friendly initiatives and all? How do you balance it out? I mean, any thoughts from your side would be very helpful.
See, Abhinav, I think when it comes to the cost, or savings, on the green initiative, it cannot be looked at the cost today. So these are models, which are for long term, and it's about the kind of survival, of this planet. That is the, perspective, we have in mind, when we talk about these things. So coming back to the point, when it comes to, balancing your balance sheet on day-to-day cost, so number one, when we take such initiatives, we try to be as cost effective as we can. And at places, where we are, kind of selling, getting a higher cost, or maybe selling a premium, we go and try and explain this to our customers. So, for example, one of the certificates what we have for our products is a Green Pro certificate, Green Label certificate. Now, to get that certificate, it's a very big process. Your entire supply chain, your input products, your raw materials should have low VOC, zero zinc content, zero magnesium. So these raw materials are obviously very expensive. But when we make a final product, which is green certified or green labeled, as Tanu spoke about, they have 9 buildings, of Tech Mahindra, which are LEED certified, platinum LEED certified buildings. So in those buildings, it's only our product, which is certified or which is specified.
Fantastic.
So there we try and get the advantage, but we are not that stingy that we look at every rupee cost, because otherwise you'll never be able to think of green. So stuff like, I think, using a blue electric, as Mr. Rajiv had just said, I think they really, there's one of the features in the Blue Electric app, I don't know, many of us trying to ignore, is that what is the total savings of carbon emissions you've done, and what is the total fuel you saved so far. So these are small things, which are very interesting. But the important thing is that at a company level, at the management level, you are sensitive to all these things, and you're driving in your mind. Absolutely. You may not be able to do 100%, but yeah, if you're able to do 60, 70%, I think soon you reach there on a broad
Absolutely.
level.
I think it's the start that matters, because there was a elephant in the room that, okay, the green is there, carbon emission is there, and all of this, but every small bit that mentions a lot. And I know, Amit sir, when we talked about, as soon as we talked about green loyalty initiative, you said, Abhinav, that's the first thing we should do. In fact, move as many as rewards into green and eco-friendly products. And that clearly shows that even you and your team, and definitely and the level of the managing director, so everyone is ingrained into this, right? Prachi, I'll actually ask the similar question to you as well, because I know that you come from a loyalty background yourself. You have a dearth of experience in this. You're now on the brand side. You're seeing that the different challenges are there on this side. But I'm sure the technology in a way is playing a very accelerating role for you to actually start talking about it and scale it up, right? So I would love to know, what are the other initiatives that you or Havells have, I would rather call it, integrated into your ecosystem to make these programs more acceptable and scalable? Any thought that you'd like to share will help a lot of us.
Yes. So, Abhinav, as we all know, Havells, the products that we have in the equipment industry that we are in, so, need of disposing of these wires in the products that we have. So Havells have been always involved, and we have been investing heavily in technology, in, doing research and coming up with environment-friendly products every now and then. And eco-friendly products, rather, we would say. So, and also I would like to quote that, we have been amongst the top 10 in the electrical equipment sector globally. So, under DJSI, Dow Jones Sustainability Index. And we've also attained zero waste to landfill certification. So, while we keep on doing all this, we are now investing in BLDC technology, which is is need of our. So not just in fans, in our other, appliances division and the other categories. So that is where we are putting in all our efforts there. And we soon would be coming up with these, BLDC technology products more. Then another initiative that we took, order to cash cycle. The entire cycle has been digitalized, wherein we plan to reduce the physical invoices which go along with products and all, which definitely would reduce the carbon footprints. And I'm sure we would sooner we would be having a number to quote there. Apart from that, if we move a little away from technology, like, I said, we have been doing a lot of things, and in our plants also, in manufacturing capacity that we have. On other CSR standpoint also, I would proudly say that we have actually planted 21 lakh trees in and around Bhopal. And we have also done basically 4,000, more than other 4,000 bio toilets in Alvar schools. So we have installed those. Another important initiative that we have taken up is under the project called Project Bala, wherein we are distributing, in fact, we have until now, we have distributed 6 lakh organic sanitary napkins to female across pan India. And we have also received First Runners Award in ASSOCHAM on the menstrual hygiene project. So this is where our credibility comes into picture. And also, since we are talking about it, I would want to quote, obviously, SCM is also our important function, being from this industry. So we have we have started using recycled content in flexible packaging, which is under CAT 2, and we plan to reduce it by 30%. And we have reduced wooden based packaging. Again, there's a certain
that
plan.
was actually a very interesting initiative that we heard. Wooden based packaging was, and I think this is across the industry. Like Prachi, when we were talking last time as well, I think this is the pattern that we are seeing, that everyone has understood that there is a need of the hour for this thing, and everyone is welcoming it. So they're no more pushing it back. They're saying, yes, I think this is how it should be done. Tanu, I'll actually come to you for a very quick, probably a minute answer on this, and then I have a very rapid fire question for all of you to answer. So be ready for it. That's how I always choose to end the sessions. Tanu, what one initiative that you'd like to highlight? Probably you want to tell the world that this is the kind of thing that IT companies can take it. Any one point that you want to highlight in a minute or so, because our organizers have already started pinging, 5 minutes left, and we have to be right on time. So over to you.
As IT companies, our largest footprint is through the solutions that we implement for our clients, the IT solutions that we implement. So one thing that we are doing, and I would say that a lot of IT companies should be or are doing in the process, is educating our developers, our, I would say, field force, to implement sustainable IT solutions for our clients. And for this, what we are doing at TechM, we have internal certifications called Green Architects for all of our development, developers and solution architects, so that when they are designing those solutions for their clients, they keep in mind energy consumption, they keep in mind the data centers, they keep in mind the right kind of architecture and databases, because that is our largest contribution. Beyond that, yes, we day in day out work with clients' problems to kind of put in the right solutions for them, but that's our biggest footprint. So that something.
No, this is good. This is good. In fact, I am speaking with Tech Mahindra about integrating green loyalty programs into their initiatives of their clients as well. This discussion is going on. Okay, so thank you so much. But before we end, I have a rapid fire for everyone. So please unmute your mics, because there is a question and you have to answer very quickly for that. So far, all of us have seen some sort of green initiatives on your own side. Tell me a Bollywood movie name that you want to give to your experience of these programs so far, right? So for example, my experience is Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham. What is yours? So Rajiv sir, I'll start with you, then to Prachi, then to Amit, and then to Tanu. So Rajiv sir, what is your experience? Give me a movie name for your experience with green initiatives so far. It could be anything.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe,
See, this is a bouncer, huh? I never planned for it. It just came in my mind, and I just thought, let me drop it.
Maybe Rajiv can think I can go. Abhinav, Zindagi na milegi dobara. Abhinav, Zindagi na milegi dobara.
Oh, this is good. This is good. I love it because, sir, I was in Hong Kong last month and I read that there is no plan ETB, right? So there is no plan B and there is no planet B. So I loved it. Zindagi na milegi dobara.
I would say Chak De India.
Oh, nice. So you are saying that India should lead it. Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Rajiv sir.
No, I leave to you guys.
What's your point of view? Tanu, over to you. Any of you.
So I would say Lakshya.
Lakshya. That's a
You
good
have
one.
to have a target in mind and chase it.
That's a fairly good one. Rajiv sir, kuch to
That's
bataiye.
okay. Thank you.
But yeah, I think this is fantastic. See, as one of the reason behind inviting all of you was to get a different perspective. Someone is leading it from the GTM, someone is leading from the packaging, someone is leading from the initiatives and all. And Tanu, who is part of the organization which is leading with hundreds of brands together. I think these kind of forums helps everyone to get a different perspective altogether. And also, I want to actually thank the Global Events and Conferences team, which is organizing these initiatives across the world. And Aman's AI is a platform partner with them. And of course, some of your companies are also nominated for Green Champions, Green Excellence Award this year. So let's see. I'm keeping fingers crossed. I wish all of you get this. But that's all from my side. Once again, happy World Environment Day to all of you. And by joining this event today and spreading our insights with the world, we have done a small bit of all of us together. And I wish that, whether it's Lakshya or Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara or, as Prachi mentioned or I mentioned, let's get this done. It should be part of it. And as they say, there is no planet B. We are part of only planet A and it has to be here. So thank you so much. And I wish you all the very best. And I look forward to connect soon on a different initiative.
All the best.
Everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Over to you,
Nice
Alisha.
meeting everyone.
Thank you, everyone. This was really amazing, and I like the question, the rapid fire round. Thank you, everyone, for joining a lovely session. Now, I would like to invite the panelists from panel discussion 6, Green Scrubs, Integrating Sustainability into Healthcare Practices, moderated by Mr. Chaugat Chatterjee, CEO of Abhay Health, Dr. Vishal Gandhi, CEO BioRx Ventures Advisor Private Limited, Dr. K. Madan Gopal, National Health System Resource Center, Dr. Ravi Kaur, Founder and Director, DRG Path Labs, and Colonel Hemraj Singh Parmar, Co-Founder Ayush Pay. I would request Chaugat Chatterjee to take this forward.
Hi, a very, very warm good afternoon to all of you all. And personally speaking, I don't think I could have been more symbolic than the way I am today. For a World Environment Day to don a green color T-shirt and that too to have wear one, which is made out of recycled fabric. So both from the Green Champions point of view and also from the Environment Day point of view, I think I'm the best representative today. So, congratulations to all of you all for thanking you to be a part of this session today. It's wonderful to have you all together and thanks to GCI Global Events and Conferences for hosting this event and also to Aman's AI for the platform providing for this. Colonel Hemraj, Dr. Vishal Gandhi, Dr. Madan Gopal, Dr. Gaur, welcome to all of you all. So as we start off the discussion today, I think we all have spoken a lot about health, green, sustainability, right? So health primarily is to deal with the softer side of all of it. We don't get to hear much about it, but then in realistic terms, a lot in terms of green sustainability, health has a lot to contribute to, right? So on that note, when we talk of sustainability, the way the hospitals, the healthcare systems, they are accounting for in terms of the green energy resource, the emissions, the food carbon footprints. So my questions to all of you all would be around and to understand how we as a unit are tackling, and if not, we are individually handling all of it today. But I think this platform can be a collective voice, and at least it can set up a reference point for many in the times to come of what the situation is and what it should be in the times to come in terms of handling part of it. So I would like to open up this discussion with Dr. Madan Gopal. So, Dr. Gopal, the journey towards the sustainability healthcare, it has been a collective effort, which requires the involvement of healthcare professionals, administrators, policymakers, patients. So, how do you think we are adopting and advocating such practices in terms of making us more sustainable in quality?
Okay, thank you, Sogat. It's very nice question, and it's very appropriate question for the World Environment Day. The journey can't happen without the co-travelers. As you have mentioned, the co-travelers have been the medical professionals, the administrator, the policymakers, and the community. And what we are doing at the policy level, as you start from the policy, latest health, I will be just restricting myself to the health sector. So the latest policy is the National Health Policy 2017, which has talked about the climate and the environment, how to be in sync with the environment which you are having. It has talked about the citizen-centric, the pluralistic healthcare, which includes the how we can utilize the environment and other things for our benefit. That's why this yoga, naturopathy, and other things have been factored in. Besides that, taking clue of that, the whole focus of the initiatives have been on, one is creating a structure, building capacities, and the second is the addressing the social determinants. The social determinants, the environment, and other things, they are important aspects of social determinant which influences the health. Nevertheless, to say for the this health initiative side, you are having the 4-pillar program, that is Ayushman Bharat program. It is four because program is providing an assured services to the community through outreach mode, which is known as Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness program, which was named as a Arogya subsequently, wherein 12 assured services are provided to the beneficiary near to his house. From that center, 14 point of care testing as well as outreach activities happens. That's the first limb of this Ayushman Bharat. The second part was that how to prevent the financial catastrophe due to any health ailments, in which you have seen the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. In many of the states, it is in different form. They have understood that only through this means, the assurance and the insurance mode, you can at least save the people from the catastrophe due to medical events. So that's the largest number of in India. Around 80 crore population is covered to one or the different forms of this assurance mode. Then you look at the other things, other limb of this. One is look at how the infrastructure, how environmental friendly thing which has been envisaged in the policy, it has been addressed. For the public institutions, we are having Indian Public Health Standards, which talks about climate resilient, green and clean hospitals. This is in addition to the Green Hospital initiative which we are having. Besides that, to reduce the carbon footprints and the emissions due to the health institution. The health institution emissions is around 4 to 6% depending on the location which it's having. But here also we are trying to see that how the energies and other things are being reduced by use of the alternative source of energies. Besides using eco-friendly that kind of material for it, we are trying to see that how the energy bills and other things are reduced in the government sector, so that this can be taken care. The Indian Public Health Standards, which is more or less started with the Bureau of Indian Standards, then subsequently the ministry had their own standards. It has one revision, which essentially talks about the clean and green resilient health infrastructure. And we are trying to see that how our public health infrastructure, we are having around 2 lakh public health infrastructure, 2 lakh plus public health infrastructures, right from district hospital, medical colleges, and the sub-health centers. We are having that number. We are trying to see that how we put our energies and efforts in making this as a climate resilient these things. Besides that, the other limb of the program is the Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure. More emphasis is a pan-India, the largest pan-India this infrastructure project, wherein after the COVID, we are trying to invest into building public infrastructures in the form of critical care blocks, block public health unit, so that the problem which we had in making this set up for isolation, the quarantines and others, and that has been taken care. To reduce the paperwork and other things, you have seen that how our focus has been on the creating a digital health ID and subsequently the digital health record, so that the people need not to carry a basta. If you go to any clinic, people will be having a polythene full of this their medical records. Instead of that, with one ID with user rights, if you are able to just give rights to the person to view your records, that's there. That's another program, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. These are four limbs of this, and you see that how the things are happening. Besides that, we have been focusing on building training. Previously, it used to be a manual training, lot of travel involved. Now, with iGot platforms and the suction which we are having, we are trying to reach people in an electronic mode so that the environmental footprints and other things are reduced, and the dissemination and communication has been very fast. The other important player in this our journey is the community. You see that how the community level movements are happening. One is, you see the eat right movement, the social determinants. The biggest social determinants was the sanitation. You see there's a sanitation movement in there. We're trying to see that how the clean water is being also provided. These are few of the initiatives, and the Fit India movement is also one of the initiatives which can result in the participation of community as well as taking the people to a healthy and environmental friendly place. Other thing which we have been focusing is on the research and innovation. We are trying to see that how we carry out research, do gap assessments, and see that our whatever we are doing, that's the environment friendly, so that we are not encroaching on the environment. The journey has started. Lot of work is to be done. With lot of renewed interest is there. Why research is important? Because the environmental impact is manifold on the health of a person, and that will have a detrimental effect on the public health institution as well. We have to see that collectively in our journey, right from policymaker to administrator, the health providers and the community, how they can join together and see that how we build an environmental friendly, resilient infrastructure which is useful and utilized by the people. I will stop here. If there are any questions, I will take in the subsequent.
Sure,
Thank you very
sure.
much.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal. In fact, the good thing is that from a administration, from a policy making point, at least we are in the right direction. Yes, the journey has just begun, and there is a lot to scale up, both from Ayushman Bharat perspective and also the digitization of the health records perspective is concerned. The numbers really need to come up very strongly in that case. So, and thank you for the insights and for updating. So that brings me to the next question. And Dr. Gaur, if you can help us throw some light around that. So what will be those potential benefits that this sustainable healthcare practices can actually bring forth to both the patients and the environment? So now with the policies getting framed up and the journey has begun, what will be the outcome of it? Dr. Gaur, am I audible?
I think. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
And pleasure again, Swagat, to be here with you on the panel. And of course, we have esteemed panelists, all of them, Dr. Gopal, Vishal, and Hebraj. Pleasure. And especially on this World Environmental Day, when we're talking about sustainability in healthcare, it's always something, the topic which we keep debating, but how many we actually put into practice, that's something which is a point to be noted. Like today, when we talk about sustainability in hospitals, when you talk to the middle-sized hospitals, I'm talking about majority of India has got 150 bed nursing homes kind of thing. And that's where I think bigger hospitals, still corporate structures are still working on something on green hospitals and all kind of a thing. But majority lies into this sector. When we talk about sustainability and then they say, oh, it's a very like an uphill task. That's one important thing. And then why? Some people even describe it, say, okay, it's like I think, can you describe how much is the uphill? It's like, doing a surgery while going uphill in the ambulance. And then they'll say, probably, no, add the tornado in around there. So I think it's such a difficult situation we are in. And this is where the problem is, because it is not really, it's really a paradox probably for that matter. The very institution which is dedicated to saving lives, also contributing to environmental degradation. And this is the challenge I think we need to have importance on the environment today. And I think the right day, probably, hospital should talk about, not a place of healing for patient, but healing the, you can say, the planet too. I think that's the message to start with, I'd like to give. Now like when you talk about the benefits and stuff, before that, I think I'll probably say, like, if you have a walk, a doctor walking with a sustainability consultant in a hospital, if you walk through the corridor, doctor going to say that he'll probably say lot of medical bins lying with the syringes and gloves and overflowing kind of plastic waste, and consultant doctor going to say the lot of paperwork around there. This is where the doctor will say, oh, I have to need to save the lives, but the fact is the consultant will say we have to save the planet. How do you work? And this is biggest problem today in the hospital, because there's so much of people say wastage of biomedical waste and energy waste. So, like, for example, I would have figured like the energy in the hospital. Now, energy, they say in an average hospital, summer or winter, this is about 104.8 kilowatt per square meter. That's a consumption of energy, as compared to the median, which is 96.1. That is something, what kind of energy that we have. Colossal. It's something like a teenage kid. You leave a kid at the home, you'll find all lights are on, so many things are on, but it's a hospital. I think we can do something about it. We can talk about, say, various green measures and whatever the previous panel have been talking about, panels and turbines. Similar things, the waste management, another figure which is come to me, which is waste management is also probably like, biomedical waste. Will surprise how much the waste. It's something about 400 grams per bed per day. So imagine a 100-bedded hospital which is generating what? It's almost like a 40 kg per day of waste, 1,200 in a month and a year. That's
Very true.
which we should need to address that. What about same thing with the food stuff? What about transportation? Food, if you can probably have a organic farming right from the farm to the food. Cooking, wasting. I think these are all measures probably you have to look into the hospital, find every area there is a chance to get some kind of a saving environmental good practices out there. Transportation, ambulances, sirens, everything, because can it be electrical? Can it be incentivized? People coming from the own cars and transport. Okay, if you come from the bus or public transport, probably will allow you half an hour delay to come. Otherwise, biometrics is like that. Some kind of a measure. Now, ultimately, the first, now come back to the question what you said, that the most important that today in the hospital, the mandate is any hospital should not do any harm to sick. But I think we need to add here that a planet should also be in the mandate. It should not be doing any harm to the planet. Now, hospital, the benefits are, for example, like, it's all very well known. Nature contact. We have a physical and mental health. Greenery is not easily reached by all. Which hospital today we have greenery visibly from the windows and outside? It is really not there. Talk about, it's very well known, greenery lowers the blood pressure, it strengthens the immune system, reduces the cardiovascular risk, and improves sleep. It improves the immunity even, for that matter. Green parks mean strong immune system, better mental health. And when it comes to today's advancing age, molecular era, this talked about this short arm length of a telomere that actually shows your aging, actually age. But in the people who work in the greener area, eco-friendly system, the aging, short arm length, the narrowing is slower. That means you age more. It's a documented scientific study. So I think it's very important to talk on these aspects. And people are working on the blue space, like blue space underwater or a brown space in desert. What is the impact? A lot of people are working on this aspect. I think we can definitely work on. So nature, mental health, stress, digestion, everything for that matter. These are the various benefits we can have. Now, when you talk about the operation point of view, that is something I like to, because when you're in the hospital industry, we talk about first and foremost is the main mandate is improve patient health. Now, if it is a cleaner environment, lesser pollution, much better recovery, lesser infection, definitely, better recovery. Then the healthier facility, like eco-friendly, non-toxic material, cleaning, that all reduces to exposure to mercury, a lot of other stuff. Again, so recovery is faster, and even you go back, probably you become more healthier. Otherwise, by the time you detoxify after going to the hospital, it takes 2 months to become a normal individual. So much exposure you already had. Cost saving from the operation point of view. Energy efficiencies, by I think we can reduce the cost. Waste reduction, probably reducing, reusing, recycling can be cut to disposal. Patient experience, probably we can measure the holistic care, commitment to the well-being. We can always be there because we environment, yoga, meditation, green, morning walks, comfortable environment. Green, all this can actually give your patient a better experience and better can come back to you. Operation efficiency, digitalize the documents. So that's the biggest thing. Huge pile of papers. Compliances, regulations say I need to have an entire document from day in to day 10. What is that? Can we make it digitalized? That document is good enough. Otherwise, all hospitals are loaded to the stock room or lock room where all documents are piled up like anything. I think this is another paper wastage. Probably, I'm sure if you take a tree lover there and start crying his head and start weeping, this is what I've done. What have you done? The tree papers are there. I think this is another area. Then I think we need to also be looking into it regulatory, because if you follow eco-friendly practices today, probably the way the environmental ministries are, regulations are coming up, probably you will not got to track the future. Plan it today for regulatory compliances, that would be better. And community, probably. If you have a nearby community trust, they can find nice open hospital, green hospital, eco-friendly hospital. I think more people will come to you for that matter because recovery is faster. Even the more employees, oh no, I have an open hospital, green hospital, probably get a better skilled people to join you also. So probably reputation, trust, long-term viability, and environment. All this actually helps reducing the carbon footprint. And I'm very, very sure that sometime as we move forward somewhere, it will not be difficult to find, recycling. Say, probably we can have these all these gloves from the recycling products. We can have, even gowns, probably the green gowns, which can be a nice recycled cloth, whatever it is, and it could be good effect and impact on everybody. So I think there is a cost involved to it. Benefits are tremendous. There's no doubt about it. Not only the health of an individual, the health of the institution and the provider, and even the doctors who are working there. Because there are three components. One is the infrastructure. Second is we can say the providers, doctors, nursing staff, and third, of course, the patient. All three going to benefit. I think the aim is to we should invest. It's going to cost, but immediate returns are not there. But I think if you invest today, return can be actually seen immediately. Maybe not the revenue numbers, but I think better recovery, better clinical outcomes, and more comfortable and better patient coming back to you for a follow-up, and they bring by word of mouth, probably better footfall. And I think hospital industry can easily recover that kind of a call. So I'll probably say, heal the earth, heal ourselves, go green, eco-friendly, and every step matters. That's what I do. And out there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaur. In fact, while listening to you, I actually had a nice kind of an innovative business idea myself. From a green perspective point of view, why not I launch range something like green ambulances to begin with, right? Because from a hospital-centric point of view and to conserve energy, and that probably moving forward to Dr. Gandhi, who himself is a investor, I think you would not mind investing in the venture also as well, profitable for green ambulances. So anyways, on the lighter side. So coming back, Dr. Gandhi, while Dr. Gaur very nicely and detailed way expressed about the hospital infrastructure point of view, right, about its significance and how the practices can be. But you have seen the perspective from a larger footfall beyond hospitals. You have seen it across the pharma industry and practices beyond that. So from your perspective, what can be those green practices that can be implemented in general across the healthcare or the medical industry, so that the carbon footprints are minimized? As Dr. Gaur was mentioning, the recycling of gloves, gowns, or what kind of waste minimization can be done, and what would be those 2 or 3 prioritization steps from the environment point of view, and at a large scale from a healthcare perspective point of view. So what would be your thought on this?
Yeah. So thank you, Sogat, for the opportunity, and thank you everyone for on the panel. I've known everybody, and it's really good to see Colonel Hemraj, Dr. Magopal, and Dr. Ravi Gaur. And I think Dr. Ravi also has already highlighted some very important aspects of healthcare. So, but I would like you to reimagine healthcare, not just healthcare, but think about One Health. But when we think about One Health, when we think about climate, healthcare and climate actually working together in tandem, you will realize that it's road towards sustainability. Now, the definition of sustainability is not because the sole sustainable development goals have to be met, and one of the agenda of sustainability is healthcare. I think sustainability for healthcare organizations, especially from a private organization perspective, which I can speak about because I am so used to seeing the balance sheets of so many organizations, whether it's a medical device company or a hospital or a pharma company. I think some of the hospital itself, while they were corporatizing, but it was not very easy to say that hospitals themselves were sustainable from the balance sheet perspective, right? And I think there is an important, and I think Dr. Hemraj can really contribute here more when he gets an opportunity after me. But sustainability in terms of financial sustainability, and then the goal of SDG, which is healthcare. I think if we can fuse these two, there can be a great amount of operational efficiency. And how do we achieve that operational efficiency? I think there are 8-9 areas, which I think I'll be probably a little redundant because Dr. Ravi Gaur probably has already spoken about it, but I'll put a little more light on it. So which is energy efficiency. So, like 20 years back when you used to go to hospital, you would see, not LED, right? You would now, even if you go to any hospital, and the concept of a hospital now called smart hospital. Now, how does one become a sustainable and a smart hospital? So a basic thing like LED, the look and feel when you enter the lobby, I think it's like most of the hospitals, fortunately, unfortunately, that I have to travel for a site visit, I get a feel that I'm not less than in a lobby of a 5-star hotel. And I think lighting is an amazing aspect. And I think there are certain vendors who are really working on this area, which is Schneider. I think I've known Schneider, they've been doing great amount of work on lighting, energy efficiency. Then, of course, how do you use solar energy? Like we recently did a transaction wherein, a company which is into solar power rooftop for domestic purpose has got acquired by a big giant which is into printing business. Now, I think there is a huge scope to introduce renewable energy sources even in the hospital, because it's a huge amount of consumption that happens by the hospital, and it's a continuous, whether it's a diagnostic lab in the hospital versus the refrigeration for the biological samples versus, I think Dr. Gaur talked about molecular biology, which is his favorite subject, and so mine. So, today -80, -20, can you think about running a lab without them? Nothing. But the amount of energy which is constantly getting generated and which may not be recycled, I think there needs to be a harnessing of that energy. And I think best is that we adopt to either geothermal or a wind or solar. But I think solar is quite practical, and over a period of time, we have seen that even the banks have started, giving some sort of a green rating. And because there is a green rating, there is a reduction of overall cost of interest, right? And this is how earlier we used to have a concept of credit rating, that if your credit rating is good, the banks will typically lend a loan at a reasonably, a less premium. Whereas, in the green concept, I think there is a huge amount of effort which is happening between, there's an organization called LEED, which is taking a sort of a leadership role in rating the hospitals across the world. And I've certainly known a lot of greenfield hospitals that I work with today have actually a very clear mechanism that they want to get LEED certification. They want to be the green building, because it really creates another differentiation in their marketing proposition that we are a sustainable hospital, right? And other thing which I can think about, how technology has allowed us to be delivering sustainable healthcare. Simple thing, my first acquaintance with technology and a startup that I worked for called Dr. Insta. Now, they were not doing anything else but actually connecting patients over calls, right? And imagine if those patients were not connected to telemedicine. Imagine the kind of carbon footprint they needed to generate to travel from, let's say, Bihar to an area like Delhi. And I think this is where Dr. Hemraj and his team team is working so phenomenally well to bridge this gap, right? So how technology has actually enabled us, and which is a very simple technology like telemedicine, has enabled us to become more sustainable in healthcare. So other aspect which Dr. Gaur also talked about, medical waste management. I think the kind of waste medical institutions generate is mind-boggling. And I've had an opportunity to work with companies which are only doing, cleaning, which are only doing recycling, and these are big businesses. So imagine if the company is doing cleaning of bed sheets and generating 1,000 crores of revenue. Look at the opportunity, right? So I think even if we can recycle or we can manage it efficiently, even if we control by 10%, it's actually towards sustainability of healthcare. Then water conservation. I think, I was very fascinated when I came across this a concept by a IIT Delhi startup called Waterless Shampoo. And I had that shampoo bottle in my bathroom for 4 years. I just couldn't try it myself. But it's good to see that, the startup has actually raised decent amount of money. It's become a D2C brand, one of the leading brands. And now how do we introduce such concept when we are talking in midst of AMR? People are talking of antimicrobial resistance, right? At the same time, you need to think about how do we reduce this, because water conservation and AMR and sustainability practice, I think, have to be thought through. We have to see the cost benefit analysis, right? And then of course the other area is sustainable procurement. Now when you get a packet from Flipkart or Amazon or whatever, the way they have introduced the packaging is actually very sustainable packaging, right? And this is where I think even in healthcare we are not seeing that, and there's still a lot of plastic being used. Can we ensure that actually there is a sustainable procurement, there's a sustainable packaging? I think there's a huge amount of scope, which pharma companies have been able to migrate, but hospitals still have not been able to, migrate to that concept, which I think there's a huge amount of scope. Then, of course, I spoke about green building design, which is very crucial. Pollution reduction is very important aspect. I think we see a lot of issues in Delhi around air quality. How do we monitor it, right? So monitoring and providing a solution towards that also could be another solution towards healthcare sustainability. And I think on all this is only going to work when there's enough education and training for people to get into habit of becoming sustainable green champion. And I think your title of the call is like green champion. Now let's actually make sure that there is like a leadership reward. There is also a green champion in every organization, and I think this is where Abhay like Abhay Health can take a lead, Saugat, and we will be very happy to partner, right? How there should be one green champion in each of the hospital which is more than 50 bed. I know it's a huge task, but I think we can get there. And I'm sure they will also see how this is adding to the financial benefits, improving not just the top line, but also the bottom line, and which is equally important for shareholders to get their returns on investment. And we all know that healthcare is anyway attracting decent amount of capital. Now, how do we ensure that it continues to attract better capital from a strategic point of view? I think sustainability of healthcare will play a very, very important role. So I think this is what I wanted to share. So in nutshell, the benefit of green approach or a sustainable approach, Dr. Ravi talked about cost saving, absolutely clear. Improved health outcomes, I think this is again a very important aspect, but we can't really, I don't have much time to talk about it, but actually it really improves the overall health outcome. Then of course we spoke about reputation, and then of course once you are a green building, there are so many compliances that you anyway need to meet, whether the hospital owner wants to do it or not, he will have to do it no matter what, right? So I think with this kind of a approach, one can actually truly achieve a little bit of, I would say, compliance towards, sustainable healthcare within the organization. And once you become sustainable within the organization, I'm sure one can be leading, by example and showcasing that to other spoke and hub around the hospital. So I think this is what I wanted to share, and thank you once again for the opportunity. And it's always good to meet Dr. Ravi and Colonel Hemaraj and learn from them. Thank you so much.
Very, very insightful, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you so much. In fact, from the green hospital waiting point of view, definitely. So Aman's venture for Green Champions, right, is basically meant for this. And the reason to have, and I will really have you connected with the CEO of Aman's, Abhinav Jain, right? And we will take it up separately with you, right? Where both as a speaker, where you can detail more on this, and also how we can rate. So we already have been doing it for a few other organizations, but this is one vertical we would definitely want to do that with you. So we'll connect separately offline with you on this. So, Doctor, thank you so much, Dr. Colonel Hemraj. We heard of policies, we heard of systems, we heard of Dr. Ravi Kaur's infrastructure, we heard of Dr. Vishal Gandhi's insights, which has been extremely great in terms of the overall. So, at the last summation, I know the time is running short. Unfortunately, we don't have much left, but within about a few couple of minutes, if you can just quickly sum up, as probably now as people become more environmentally conscious, right? What can healthcare providers, because you have been dealing with a bunch of them through your Ayush-based network, so what can healthcare providers do to differentiate themselves to attract this socially aware patients out there? So that would be a final question right now.
Thank you so much, Saugat. It's really a pleasure to be part of this wonderful initiative. So let's see what exactly is sustainable healthcare. In a nutshell, it's about finding ways to deliver high quality healthcare while minimizing its impact on the environment. The scale of the problem currently, Saugat, is humongous. As per a report in 2019 by the Healthcare Without Harm, the global healthcare sector climate footprint is equivalent to around 4.4% of the global net emissions. Huge, contributing to almost 2 gigatons of carbon dioxide into the environment. Okay, the healthcare sector in India itself, on the other hand, is the 7th biggest emitter, contributing 2% of the global healthcare emissions. Right? We know that the global warming is one of the major challenges facing the humanity. Cutting down of trees, excessive use of fossil fuel, chlorofluorocarbons, meat industry, for example, one of the biggest contributors. So I've had the privilege of leading a cancer firm, Saugat. So there is a village called Bisrak in Noida, where I carried out a medical camp. That village has a large number of cancer patients, and one of the major reasons is the industrial effluents in the neighborhood have polluted the aquifers. The water table is totally contaminated because of the effluents which have entered the water table. So a lot of residual pesticides in a food chain, excessive use of plastics, they've polluted our rivers, oceans, our wells, and the water table. Climate change remains a major problem. It's expected that because of this climate change, almost 250,000 people will die every year between 2030 and 2050. And some of the affiliated reasons will be malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, heat stress, and other complications which will be as a consequence of this. Major problem, there is a lot of use of plastics, in our hospitals. 2% of the global plastic waste is medical waste, which is, increasing at an alarming rate of 6.3% annually. Antibiotics presence has been found in almost 65% of the 711 major global rivers recently through a survey which was carried out. Dr. Ravi was talking about the hospital organization owned vehicles. They contribute almost 8% of the sector's carbon footprint. Healthcare buildings contribute almost 2.5 times more greenhouses than the commercial buildings. Right, the energy needs sourced from electricity, thermal power supply contributes 53% of all the emissions. So, switching to the greener energy sources such as wind power, solar power is really need of the hour. Typically, in a multi-super specialty hospital, the administrative expenses can be anything 12 to 20%, depending on what kind of a facility it is. Right, so switching to the green energy sources is cheaper and also contributes to a lower carbon footprint. The consequence of all these things is large number of cancer cases. There are almost 9 million deaths because of cancer globally, 1.4 million in India itself, and this number is likely to increase by 12% by 2025. Right, so this is a collective responsibility, Saugat, of everybody to ensure reduction of the greenhouse gases. The major stakeholders are patients, providers, regulators, investors, for example. They have to promote green organizations. So how can we mitigate this problem? biomedical waste management is one of the major problems. Like Dr. Ravi was talking about cloth gowns, recycling. We are talking a lot about the circular economy, which is dependent on recycling wherever possible. The building infrastructure and design, Saugat, has undergone major change, especially in the wake of COVID pandemic. A lot of hospital staff got infected during COVID pandemic in Mumbai, and the hospitals had to be shut down. So now there is a lot of accent on LEED certified hospitals, which Dr. Gandhi was talking about. The circulation areas have to be separate for the visitors, patients, and infected people in the hospital, so that there is very little intermingling between the infected and the non-infected people. A lot of use of the ambient light. I visited a hospital in Singapore, in fact, the 4 GCA accredited hospitals for training. And I saw some of these green practices being followed there. A lot of use of ambient light. When you enter the reception area, it's like a 5-star hotel. All the chaos is behind the walls, right? So the other, mitigating factors could be innovation.
I'm sorry to intercept and kind of interfere at this stage, because I really would have loved to hear this for a much more detailed discussion, but then unfortunately, because of the engagement of our discussion, we're slightly running 15 minutes more than the scheduled time. What is more important is that all of us today, including you, Dr. Ghosh, Dr. Gupta, Dr. Gandhi, you, Colonel Hemraj, we have a separate session with individually each one of you, because that's the essence of setting up this base called the Green Champions, and this is largely the feeder point for all the healthcare and the pharma segments. So we will individually have one section with each one of you, and you will also be the responsible ones to carry the torch for the same as the Green Champions yourself. So we will. I'm very sorry to cut you at this stage, Dr. Hemraj, but unfortunately, my coordinator has been repeatedly pushing me because we have really gone ahead of time. With thanks to all of you all, and with the commitment that individually each one of you will have a session with each one in the next month's time. And certainly with you, Dr. Vishal, I will have a connection with you done with Abhinav on the the Green Champions hospital rating, right? So thank you once again for your time. Thank you for your presence, and on the World Environment Day, wish you all the very best.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. This was really a wonderful session. I'm so sorry I had to cut short. We are running out of time, but we'll surely catch up again, and then we'll have a good discussion.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone, once again. Now we'll move on to the next session, which is panel discussion 7, Green Intelligence, leveraging artificial intelligence for effective ESG implementation, which is being moderated by Mr. Sunil David, Digital Technology Consultant, ex-Regional Director, IoT and AT&T India. Kishan Changlani, founder of World Climate Athlete. Bala Chatur, founder of Digital Blanket. Hemant Rituraj Kushwaha, PhD Assistant Professor, School of Biotechnology, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Over to you, Mr. Sunil, sir.
Thank you, Alicia, for that introduction, and good afternoon to all of you, all my panelists, and also all those who are watching us virtually. Before we begin, I would like to wish all of you all a very happy World Environment Day. I think just June is always celebrated as World Environment Day, so wishing all of you all that. Now, before we get into the panel, I just wanted to take a few minutes to kind of set the context on the topic, which is about green intelligence and how AI can really play a big part in effective ESG implementation. It's a very, very broad topic, covers various dimensions, because when we talk about environmental, social, and governance, each one is a topic in itself. Ideally, today's session, we want to focus on the E part of the ESG and specifically talk about how within the tech stack, how AI can play a big part. Now, given that ESG is such a big focus for not just enterprises, but even countries, because countries have set targets to get to carbon neutral, enterprises have set targets. A lot of scrutiny in terms of what their roadmap is from an ESG perspective, where are they in terms of meeting their goals. AI tech is definitely going to play a huge part. whether you talk about data analytics, predictive modeling, it will address a lot of environmental challenges. The whole objective is to improve social outcomes, and what is really needed is very robust governance framework. I just wanted to highlight 2-3 good examples where AI is definitely playing a big part. I just wrote an article for Economic Times yesterday in terms of because of these heat waves that we're experiencing in many parts of the world, the cooling requirements for data centers have gone up because as these data centers have to operate, the energy usage is much higher, cooling requirements are higher, so it does create an impact, right? And AI can definitely play a part. I just want to give an example of Google. They're using AI in a big way to monitor the energy consumption of all their data centers across the world. Second is in the area of weather. I think weather companies, they're using AI to predict weather forecasts. A lot of need for them to monitor all the existing data and basis the existing data for them to make those future forecasts. A lot of AI being used. I also wanted to give an example of the company that I worked for before. I used to work for AT&T. And they, of course, had set a goal to get to carbon neutral by 2035. And what they're also doing is, in their product set, they're actually fusing AI and tech to offer products and services to companies to make their operations more sustainable. And they actually have a goal to help their customers to reduce 1 gigaton of GHG emissions in a 17-year time span between 2018 and 2035. And one more quick example which I wanted to cite is that they actually work with the US Department of Energy, the National Laboratory, to develop what is called a climate change analysis tool. It's a very strong AI-powered tool that is actually helping them to analyze specific pockets within the US which is prone to hurricanes, because telecom providers, they set up all these massive infrastructure, cellular towers, a lot of transmission infrastructure, and many times these hurricanes damage this infrastructure. And so they want to be in a position where they can actually leverage the power of AI to predict when there could be a potential hurricane so that they can actually take action to ensure that the damage is minimized. And also in terms of when they want to expand the network to know exactly where they can actually go and lay cell towers and so on. Industrial use cases, I think enough and more, whether you talk about factories, whether you talk about supply chain, energy optimization. So we'll hear from the experts in terms of how their solutions are really helping enterprises to really drive decarbonization, because what we really need today is not just monitoring of energy and management, but we really need solutions that will lower emissions for a company, lower energy usage. And that way, when they do that, it does have an impact on the environment. So with that context, let me move to the discussion, and I want to first get Kishore Chamlani, representing World Climate Athletes, and he also represents TCS Kishan. I think we seem to have lost him. So let me, while we wait for him to come back, maybe in the interest of time, let me move to Bala Chittur, the co-founder of Digital Blanket. Bala, thank you so much for taking time to join us.
Thank you.
Bala, your organization, you have built a very strong IoT and AI-powered SaaS platform, and the whole objective is to save energy with the ability to track, monitor, and control energy inefficiencies, which is very common, leakages, wastages, and excess use of utilities and resources. And the whole objective is to help in active decarbonization. So if you can just elaborate a little bit upon the solution and how AI is really helping, and if you can give 1 or 2 use cases, that would be great, Bala, to get started.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sunil, and thank you all for inviting me. As Sunil mentioned, we have a platform called Digital Blanket, which is an enterprise IoT, building IoT and energy platform. Basically, the platform enables us to connect to the existing infrastructure in a building or of utilities in a factory, being first to do consumption analysis of typical ESG parameters, which is energy, water, waste, emission, environment. So this is the first step. This is for scope 1 and 2. The second step leads into calculating or analyzing emissions, so carbon emission and the greenhouse gas emission trending. Third is detecting and correcting energy wastage. So how do we do? Through specific KPIs, through rules, through fault detection diagnostics, anomaly detection, as well as qualitative review of the data that we have received. The system itself connects to all the existing infrastructure in a building or a factory into any SCADA, any PLC, any DDC to be able to collect information, process that information, analyze emission, analyze energy wastage possibilities, and then correct those energy for reduction of carbon footprint. So how do we do that? Through energy conservation measures. So we have a range of energy conservation measures which consistently and continuously look at energy wastages and optimizes those through automation. We also use we also measure indoor environmental quality and correct them, and also correct thermal controls as well. This is the next step. Then we continuously benchmark as per IP MEP standards, benchmark the energy, water usage, and baseline those benchmarks based on external weather and occupancy, etc. And then we represent in compliance to different standards, whether it is ESG through GRI, SAS, GRESB, etc., or through other standards like ASHRAE and ISHRAE and WellFit LEED, etc. Now, in all of this, we look at not just monitoring, but look at how we can correct energy wastage, water leakage in a consistent manner through automation, through AI as well. Now, different examples I'll give you. We also look at digitizing data which is not automatically collected. So that is the other process as well, which also feeds into the same platform. Now, the platform itself has got an ESG data model and a sustainability data model built in. So any data that it collects automatically goes into the data model, and hence the ability to analyze, represent the data for different kinds of compliances and ESG reporting becomes very easy. So we are solving the most complex issue in an E part of the ESG reporting, being able to accurately collect information, consistently control certain aspects of energy and water, and hence look at how it impacts the carbon footprint and how the reduction is actually happening so that you meet your GHG goals. Some of the examples of where we have used AI. One is we obviously use AI for energy forecasting and looking at how variances occur so that we can correct those anomalies that is happening. Second is we use AI sensors to detect occupancy, detect presence in rooms and other places. And we help reduce HVAC energy through HVAC resets in those places. Third is we use AI for thermal forecasting, thermal load forecasting, especially in different zones within a building or in the racks and data centers. And then look at air balancing in those areas so that we don't overcool or overheat, leading to, again, without losing comfort and without losing any cooling requirements. We also use AI for fault detection, especially around anomaly detection. And using that, we look at deviances and anomalies and hence look at the possibilities of the different failures. We now also use conversational AI for all reporting dashboards and providing information so that you can actually now query like a conversation and query the ESG and sustainability data that you have collected and get decision-making information which can actually help you correct and course, not wait for the month-end data to come or a 6-month data to come or end-of-year data to come. So, so these are all the ways that our platform sort of works, different use of AI. So from overall prediction, from anomaly detection to forecasting to conversational AI, so different forms of how we use AI, especially around the whole concept of sustainability and ESG. Sunil?
Thanks. Thank you so much, Bala. I think very, very interesting. I think a couple of things. One is that what is very, very important is the automation piece, because unless you get data, how are you going to use the data to apply your AI engine working on it to do all what you mentioned? And I'll come to that later in terms of quality of data and all that. And the other important point that you mentioned is early fault detection and diagnosis, because that will be a very big part, because sometimes a fault small fault might cause an energy spike which you may not detect early, and that will create problems. So, so I'll come back to you on data quality. Bala, let me get to Dr. Hemant Kushwaha. Dr. Hemant, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're an expert in this area of biotechnology, and so my question to you would be, the success of AI in biotech depends heavily on data quality and accuracy. So what kind of challenges do you encounter in gathering, collection, and processing for ESG purposes? Specifically, when you look at obtaining comprehensive biodiversity and environmental impact data, and how are these challenges being addressed?
To be very honest, being a biotechnologist and data science expert, what I've realized that in biotechnology sector specifically, the ESG implementation becomes a tough ask when you talk about bioremediation, environmental sustainability, and waste management and all those kinds of things, because you cannot define a one type of sensor or one type of specific aspect where you can gather the data. So that precision of the data becomes a real bottleneck in when talking about the ESG implementation in such scenarios. The only problem with this biotechnology sector as a whole in terms of ESG is that we haven't got a structure of the data at all. That means what type of structures to be involved with and how we can gather the data, how we can analyze it. Coming with the AI becomes the separate part of it, but the more or less more important is that if we don't get a relevant data for the AI training, that means we are not able to utilize that kind of information at all. If you see the global scenario, what we have observed that over the years, European nations and other Western countries have leveraged extensively upon collecting the data in all the sectors of biotechnology, especially waste management and bioremediation. But there are certain tidbits of approaches which has been taking place. So one, I know the Jal Jeevan mission, especially run by the ICMR, which has specifically collecting the data across the all water bodies, which are and the type of constituents which is available in these water bodies. But again, the data is not that structured very well. So, but it takes time to get mature out of these things and to get more precision and more accuracy about the data so that we can implement such kind of policies in the real world scenarios. Now, the point is that innovation is also required, considering that if the type of data is very varied, you cannot have one type of data collection modules where you can have. So a lot of innovation, the scope of innovation is also there. So according to me, that these are the major challenges, that how you're going to collect the data and how you're going to implement it and work around the data. So we have been working in the real case scenarios. We have been collecting data from all across the things. I have a bio-nanotechnology lab. I have a bioinformatics lab, working with a lot of genomes. I've been working on health sector, especially cancer research. So this is what we have been, looking at, that lot of data which is in the public domain, especially in the current scenario in Asian countries or in our country, the data is of very poor quality, and we need to work specifically on what type of data and what structure of the data we require to train such kind of AI models to implement this in the ESG sector. That's what my take is all about, the challenges of the AI, implementing ESG.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Hemant, and good segue to get Bala back into the discussion, because Dr. Hemant was talking about the quality of data, right? And yeah, Bala, I just wanted to understand from you, because the success of an AI model depends on the quality and not just on the quantity of data. So what kind of challenges that you've experienced? You've been in the industry for a long time. So what kind of challenges that you encounter, especially when you're talking about quality of data, data gathering, collection? That's one. And secondly, Bala, while organizations definitely have some control on scope 1 and scope 2, the biggest challenge is scope 3 emissions, because more than 90% of the overall emission is outside of the supply chain. So what in your view can be done to look at the scope 3? So first on the data quality piece, Bala, and second is on the scope 3 part, Bala.
Yeah, so I agree with Dr. Hemant. He mentioned that some of the biggest challenges, how do you collect data, and what data type and structure you need, and then the data quality as well, right? So these are typical challenges that occur, and So fundamentally, you must define a data model, which is the basic structure that you will need to define in a platform. And that model determines what data to collect and what type and what is the format and what is the measurement criteria and what is the actual measurement, etc. So all of these need to be defined upfront as a structure in whichever way. So this is your problem number one. So whether it is anything related to waste, energy, water, emission, etc., you need to define the data structure first. When I say data structure, you say if it is, let's assume it is energy. So you will define, for example, the critical energy parameters and what needs to be measured, and whether you're going to, what is the unit that you're going to measure, right? And how do you collect the data? So the next challenge becomes, okay, now you've got a structure, then how do you collect, right? So what kind of sensors, devices, meters you need to put in place? And like Dr. Hemant said, there is never consistent system. So, but if you start defining, saying that this is the data and this is the kind of measurement I want, then you can have appropriate converters that you need to actually convert the data. So one is you will need to connect to the data source, and connectivity becomes important. Whether you choose wired connectivity, wireless connectivity becomes then the choice, right? And we have seen challenges. When you ask me challenges, so many of these challenges. One is what is the structure? How do I collect it? What happens when the energy meters are from a different vendor, right? And where do you seek that specific KPI? And if so, how do you convert that into the standard that you have defined? And then the whole thing becomes of connectivity, right? And the improper connectivity, wired connectivity, sometimes can be very old wires. You'll find data coming in today, not coming in tomorrow, right? Device errors becomes very critical, right? Devices may work today and suddenly go crazy tomorrow. A simple energy meter can show, 1.6 million units in the next 1 hour, right? And any data that you structure that you put will fail if you ingest that data into your analysis, right? Then no amount of AI will work. So you will need to have a data quality or a cleansing engine which removes unwanted spikes like this, and they can be included if they think it is accurate. Then the whole logic of how do you aggregate the data and how do you transport the data, right? And how do you transport it securely, right? Becomes other key parameters. So aggregation means you need to have some device at the edge which aggregates data from multiple sources, multiple protocols simultaneously. So somebody must be talking BACnet, somebody is talking Modbus, and somebody is talking MQTT, and you have all kinds of data sources from different sensors. So you will need a platform that understands all of these. You will need expertise that understands all of these, right? So that the data translation becomes seamless, comes in as a single kind of a translated protocol, which then is transmitted securely, right? And once you get that data at the backend, is then when you can start analyzing it. Then your data learning can happen, your training can happen, and then the analysis can happen, and then forecasting and prediction models, anomaly detections, all can happen only when you have that data source. And the second is not only getting this, you have to get data sources from multiple sources, all of them in different formats. Sometimes the old data will be all in different formats. Different locations will give you in different formats, right? And you will need to have the translators convert all of them so that you have one reference for the data, and which reference is very cleaned up and unique, right? In all of this, data security becomes important, and any representation reporting has to have some standards which you define upfront, right? Suppose you are following the ESG standards, which one are you going to follow? Is it going to be GRI? Is it going to be SASB? Is it going to be GREST? Depends on all of that. Hence, your reporting structure will follow that, right? You spoke about scope 3, like I said, scope 1, scope 2 are easier to do, even though there is complexity in data standardization, data format, and bringing all of them together, data aggregation. All of these are challenges, no doubt. Scope 3 is beyond you. That's where you're not stepping outside of your comfort. It goes to a third-party organization, and you're buying material, you're buying different kinds of systems from all third parties. Each one is declaring their scope 3 in whatever form. Many of them don't even understand what to declare, right? This is the current status of the market today. Let's assume that you're buying batteries for your hospital or for your transportation. You will buy batteries from different vendors, all batteries, different capacities, and different material that is being used. Hence, a declaration of materiality, declaration of energy that is used itself is complex. So you will need to have something which is standard for you, because there is no industry standard yet. So you will define a standard for you that others have to follow from their input. And that will give you a scope 3 data input, right? So what we have been able to do is we have got a no-code platform which will help you sort of digitize e-forms in whichever way you think is relevant for you as a business, right? And similar suppliers get the same e-form, so that the data input becomes then consistent. So you have a structured form of collecting data, right? And that data then can be very easily analyzed because it is very structured. You are enforcing the structure on somebody. Then you have a easy form for analyzing that data for scope. So that is the way we have addressed. So there is automated data collection, and then there is digitized data collection. Two forms merged together in the same data platform, right? Hence you are able to report on scope 1, 2, 3. Right? That's the best way to do it.
Right. Thanks, Bala. Let me move on. Let me get Hemant back into the discussion before I get Kishan, just to maintain that flow. Dr. Hemant, what would be those potential challenges when it comes to leveraging AI for effective ESG implementation in biotech, specifically in ethical compliance, biodiversity conversion, and social equity? And how can these challenges be addressed to ensure successful and responsible AI integration? Dr. Hemant?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Sunil. And I completely in agreement with Mr. Bala, which has pointed out that, the data collection is one important aspect of it. What is more important is two kind of problems which we are facing at the moment, right at the face of biotechnology research, where the ESG implementation has to come in. Like if we go for environmental, social, and other governance modules in terms of equity, there are two types of major problems which has been coming across, and we are facing that problem at the moment. One is the data collection that we have talked about. Now, second problem, major problem which we are facing is the right kind of skill sets. That the right amount of skill set is quite missing in our education system, and that's why you actually don't get the kind of people which can come across the type of collection of the data, analyzing those data, and working out with those kind of data, because ultimately data is just a quantitative number until it makes sense by somebody to sit on it and do a mathematical model on it. Now, again, there is another problem which I've been talking about, and I've been quite vocal on this part, that the major problem is the integration of multiple types of data. When you talk about multiple types of data, then you say that, let's say the data is coming from environmental perspective, another data is coming from social perspective, that is the impact data, or the workout data from any other specific arena of the science, or the governance modules. How to connect such kind of data? The integration becomes a very important segment of it, because you actually don't have specific modules where you connect the social kind of a data with kind of environmental, real kind of IoT sensors or whatever you've been defining. So the problem of integration as well as the right skill set is still a bottleneck, and I don't see much of the development being done even in the Western countries, where the integration is a major aspect of it. Now, see, this is the age which has been come across, where we've been focusing upon collecting the data. It's over the time now. This is the same kind of arena which we are facing at the Human Genome Project came across, and everybody started sequencing genomes. But what to and why to make senses of it, nobody knows, and how to make sense of. Now we are coming across various tools after 20, 30 years of this human genome sequencing. Now, this is the time where we have to start developing the tools specifically in terms of standardization, right skill sets, and integration of these data modules. So this is how we can do a specific kind of integration. Then the data will make sense. Otherwise, this is just a quantitative numbers for everyone. And making a sense of this competitive so that the social impact and equity can be posed upon, then we have to have some integration module and a right domain expert to make sense of this kind of data. This is what my take is, a real challenge between collection and the right delivery to the right perspective. This is what is the major challenge in delivering these ESG modules in terms of AI and data collection.
Right, Dr. Hemant. I think good points from both you and Bala. Bala talks about a very fragmented IoT ecosystem, different devices, So you got to integrate that, different protocols being used between device and cloud. And then you talk about different types of data. So integration is a challenge, and so there are solutions now that can address this. Thank you. By the way, how much does it take to sequence a genome now, Dr. Hema?
Now, more than that, I mean, there are a lot of bacterial sequence, more than 32,000 sequences, which I am having in my lab itself. So I'm analyzing them, and there are a lot of eukaryotic genomes has been already worked out. So we have a lot of data, but making sense of this data is still a challenge. And I am being a bioinformatics person, I am still working on those genomes to work on.
Yeah, and then the skill issue that we talked about, we need people. Right, thank you, Dr. Let me get him. Kishan, we lost you for about 20 minutes, but anyway, I'm going to combine both the questions and ask you, Kishan. By the way, are you wearing your PCS hat today, or you're wearing your World Climate Athletes hat today?
Yeah, I think I'll first of all apologies because I got disconnected in between. The views and the opinions that will be expressed here are my own, and they do not reflect to those of my employers or any organization that I'm the board of director of or I'm affiliated with.
Okay, no, that's fine, Kishan. So Kishan, two-part question for you, and then we finish. One is that you have worked in this area for a very, very long time. You had a stint in Wipro before, worked in the area of sustainability, current role with TCS also, a lot of the focus on the enterprise segment. So I wanted to ask you, what is the impact of AI and ESG implementation from an enterprise perspective, especially in the banking sector, because that's an area of focus for you. That's question number one. And secondly, more importantly, Kishan, what are the challenges when it comes to leveraging AI for effective ESG implementation?
Sure, certainly. I'll not touch, I'll finally touch upon the challenges part of it because the data is going to be quite an important challenge, but which has been, stressed immensely by both my co-panelists. So I'll first of all, I try to address the first question and see, how we can, try get some time to address the second one as well. Specifically in the enterprise, in the banking sector specifically, if I talk about it, AI is being utilized to enhance, ESG practices in several ways. You think about it from the risk part of it, the risk assessment, right? The climate risk, when I say risk assessment, right? The enterprise now, all the enterprises across the globe, they consider climate risk as a critical component of their overall risk strategy, and they're integrating it into the assessment and the decision making to mitigate the impacts right on their operations, on their compliance, which is basically the regulatory regime which Paula stressed upon, and the investment decision as well to grow their business in a more green manner. So where does AI come into play in all these things? Specifically the assessment bit of it, like risk assessment. When I say the assessment here, the risk assessment, there's immense amount of data that one need to analyze. Like Dr. Hemant had challenges in the biotech industry, and when it comes to assessing that data from an environmental and the social risk, which is associated with the investment decisions, AI could help in make much more informed decisions, which are aligned with the individual bank's ESG criteria, because every bank has a different ESG investment approach and the criteria that they have taken as part of their strategic approach to it. The other element, once you have the risk assessed, and you have taken the risk into your climate risk into your risk strategy overall, the other part is the compliance and reporting. Compliance is always going to be quite a challenge because you have a lot of data that you need to collect from different part of an organization. And when you talk about large organization, multinational organization, they are spread across in many jurisdictions, right? And the global parent organization, if they have to report, they need to collect immense amount of data and analyze that data as well, right? So how a human intelligence could be augmented with artificial intelligence to streamline this process, but at the same time we all know very well that it also helps in reducing the error as well. So the brand also gets benefited with that, because otherwise you are exposed to greenwashing as well. It could be unintentional greenwashing, but it could happen because of that as well. So with human intelligence, so AI, artificial intelligence augmenting is a good example there. The third element where we see quite that I see quite leverage of AI is also in the customer engagement, especially in the world of asset management. You have the likes of stewardship and engagement, active engagement that needs to be carried out as well. So the customer engagement, the personalized, portfolio recommendation has to, be done. And humanly, it is not possible at times, because if you think about one portfolio of a portfolio manager, you would think about it just, it could be, 100 odd companies. Each company now have, they published a sustainability report, which is ranging in the, sometimes it is 200 pages to 1500 pages. Some of the Chinese or the Japanese companies, they have 2000 pages report, sustainability report. So you can imagine that, the amount of, privacy that a human has to go through. So that's where, the capability or the augmentation of artificial intelligence come into play to analyze that and engage a customer in a very, personalized manner. And similarly on the, various integration of ESG into your, into your the finance bit of it as well. So I will speak very briefly about the challenges, because it's been stressed, as I said. At the end of the day, just to summarize both the viewpoints, AI basically helps you in two things. One is to make your prediction, or to make some recommendation at the end of the day, or to make decisions at the end of the day. So decision is basically a factor of insight, and insights are generated through information, and information comes through data. So at the end of the day, the change goes back to data. So that data is basically all about two things: the availability of data, and the very important thing, secondly, is availability of the quality of that available data. So you got to think about that in a broader sense, because from an ESG perspective, since the time data was coined many years back, it's always a challenge. But the challenge has always basically become more and more complex, and we have been trying to address it in different shape and form. ESG data is no exception to that. ESG data is often heterogeneous, it is complex, and it is not standardized, as we have heard with from many of the other panelists as well. So the challenge remains, but then there are unified approaches that are being taken globally to enhance that data collection process, to enhance the data quality, to establish industry-wide standards. If you look at it right now, the interoperability between GRI, ISSB, and EFRAG, which is a European regulation. So all of them are coming together. But the other part other than data is the bias, which we have to understand very importantly, because if you have a data that that exhibit bias, and if let's say, even if you design a model or implement a model or an algorithm which basically itself is subject to bias, then it could lead to all inaccurate assessment of your ESG performances, or probably reinforce all existing inequalities in your entire insights that you would generate, and that's going to be quite detrimental to your entire AI approach, especially when leveraging it for climate change or sustainability at large, right? So you need that, you need to do a careful pre-processing of data. Algorithm design has to be quite inclusive, and ongoing monitoring of all the the biases that you detect, or that you got to mitigate. I think someone stressed upon the trust factor as well, which is again very important. If you are an executive, Sunil, you would make decision based on someone you trust, right? Someone whom you believe in, right? Similarly, there is no exception in the AI world as well. If I trust an AI model, then I'll be able to make decision based on that factor. Now, there's always going to be a factor as how you trust anyone. You trust anyone based on your previous experiences. That means the person would be really honest, transparent with you all the time, and you trust the person. In the world of AI, AI models, there's no exception. It's the same thing. If AI model can basically help you, interpret and make it transparent as how they arrived at a particular decision, then you will be able to believe in that model much more, and you'll be able to trust that model. And it is exactly as same as human, ability to trust another human, the way we trust the AI model. So if we have that transparency disclose of an AI model, the technique by which they are establishing any particular recommendation to you, or decisions, that's going to be quite important as well. And hence you will find that EU has come up with a regulation as well now, which is which basically is live right now. It's called the EU Artificial Intelligence Act that is proposed by the European Commission. It was, it's in deployment right now, and it is, it basically comes up with a risk-based approach, as far as that act is concerned. But if you don't align to that, or if you don't, comply to that act, the repercussions are quite, immense as well. You might lose up 30 million of your, annual revenue, or even 6% of your annual revenue. So there are, good inroads that are being made at the global level. So once EU makes that, EU is always ahead of the curve when it comes to such things. And then you have the global, standards, following that. So there are some inroads being made to overcome those challenges as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Kishan. Just picking up on 2-3 points. One is that you talked about bias and perhaps the opportunity for a role of an algorithmic bias manager. His only job is to check whether there's any bias in the algorithms, perhaps. You talk about trust, important aspect. And you also mentioned Japanese companies' reports, 2,000-page odd reports. Maybe a good Gen AI use case, Kishan, right? Use a Gen AI model and you feed in that and you get a nice high-level summary of what that report is, perhaps.
Yes, it is. There are always, opportunity in these spaces, to be honest.
Right. Thanks, Kishan. We've completely run out of time. I've been getting messages from Alicia that we need to wind up. But it's been a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much, Vala, Dr. Hemant, and Kishan for sharing your thoughts and perspectives. It's a very, very broad topic. I'm sure we can go on and on talking about this. But I think we covered quite a lot in this 30-odd minutes. There are challenges, especially when you look at data, quality of data, pre-processing. Those are big challenges. Skills is a big challenge. That definitely need the right level of skills to work with all this data, very fragmented kind of ecosystem that you're dealing with. And this problem will only get exacerbated in the future because as more data gets generated, how are you going to handle that? So that's a different discussion altogether. But thank you, gentlemen, for taking time to join us. And with that, I hand it back to Alicia. Alicia, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This was really a very interesting session because I also belong to an AI company and I know how important AI is. So we'll have a brief discussion about how we can explore AI more in our ESG segment. But thank you, everyone, for joining. It was a really good session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies again for the disconnection.
No problem.
Cheers. Bye for now.
Now, we have a small clip from Mr. Prabjot Sodhi, Senior Program Director, Center for Environment Education, who will share his thoughts.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, friends. Thank you very much. My name is Prabjot Sodhi. I'm the Senior Program Director for Circular Economy from Center for Environment Education, international level, non-governmental organization, involved both as a think tank and an action-based program. We are based out of Delhi, but currently I'm in Toronto, so that's why I'm on a virtual mode with you. Let me go straight into the topic, but before I lead into the environment, social governance systems, which has been asked for me to speak on, I must warmly thank the Green Champions team, Mayank Chatwal, Harshvardhan Joshi, who have given me this opportunity on this wonderful World Environment Day, where we are trying to focus and understand how we can be more conscious in terms of use of resources and how green actually we are. We are trying to claim so much, but how actually we are green. So let me welcome all the participants from the startups, citizens, and the industry. I've been told that there are a large number of people from the industry who are becoming very conscious towards sustainability and are largely wanting to assess how they need to be a little more vigilant on the environment social governance systems. Today, before I delve into the topic more details, I must say that World Environment Day, we have land restoration, desertification, and drought resilience as the theme by UNEP, and the The slogan given to us is our land and our future, and this is very much what the ESG talks about. It is all talking about how we can make this earth more resilient to withstand all the vagaries unnecessary which are being caused by human action. So one really sees this, that this is a combination of the two. I also want to mention one thing. Recently we had the Biodiversity Day, which is on 22nd of May every year, and in that the focus was surely let's be part of the plan, and the focus again is that let's create a planning system which
This was a great message from Mr. Prabjot Sodhi, and thank you for joining virtually and sharing your thoughts. Now we'll move on to the very last session, which is my favorite, which is Green Pioneers, where we'll be talking about fostering sustainability innovation through startup initiatives. This session is being led by Mr. Mayank Chatwal, founder at GCI Events, Ms. Isha Sachdeva, founder at United Innovations, Mr. Ramdas Rajmani, CEO and co-founder at Amans AI for MENA regions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Alisha. Thank you for the warm introduction. Welcome, everybody. Welcome our esteemed panelists for the session, Isha and Mr. Ramdas, sir.
Thank you
Firstly,
so much.
thank you, sir. Firstly, I apologize on behalf of Kashish that she was supposed to join the event, but she got tied up with the US Embassy, because of which she couldn't make it today. And I would request Isha if you can just unmute yourself because we were not able to hear you before as well. Yeah.
So sorry.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. So the panel discussion 7, last but not the least, the topic for the panel discussion is fostering sustainability innovation through startup initiatives. So this is pretty interesting. We need to first of all figure out what exactly we mean by sustainability in startups. So I would, before starting the session, I would request Mr. Ramdas sir to kindly introduce himself along with Isha, please.
Sure. I mean, I guess let Isha introduce herself, ladies first, as I say. So I shall still believe in the old chivalry. So Isha, please.
Please, Isha, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ramdas sir. Thank you, Mayank, for the opportunity to speak here on Green Champions, and a very happy World Environment Day to everyone. So I am the founder and business head of United Innovation Hub. So basically, we started as a B2B marketing agency, and my background also somewhere comes from working on sustainability and climate during my college as president of Green Brigade of my Environment Society. So the very first vision of why working on climate and sustainability is important came from my seniors as I started, and then when I was leading the society, it came through. So there are so many impacts that right now, CO2 emission and other problems, plastic waste, e-waste, everything which has right now. So they're working on a lot of things. After that, choosing my career into digital marketing, and now when we again see that when I enter the entrepreneurial world, I see climate and sustainability as the most important sector to work on. So then we started iterating ourselves to helping climate and sustainability startups to grow their reach, to reach masses. And in future, I very much see myself as an entrepreneur who would be dealing with innovations in sustainability and climate.
Awesome. Ramdas sir, over to you.
Sure. I mean, it all started from a saying of the father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi. I happened to be toying around with his book, The Experiments with Truth, and he was asked to speak on economy, though he was never an economist. But what he spoke had a lasting impression. He said, nature has given everything to satisfy a man's need, but not as greed. And I think that sums up what sustainability is all about. It is about how do you draw a line, how do you think which is enough. But we are not here acting as moral guardians. We as a company, as a startup, believe in this sustainability. And as our name sounds, almonds is not really an almond as in a fruit, but is an abbreviation for activating the last mile on digital solutions. So we believe and strongly work towards creating practical solutions that the clients face. And we use technology, we leverage the technology in order to deliver them solutions that can actually help protect the environment, create a better quality of life, yet not compromising on the economic well-being of everyone involved. So that is what we at Almonds do. While the discussion goes further, we shall explain with certain cases how we were successful to do that. And to a great extent, we have also convinced most of our clients to adapt to this green program, thus creating a social impact in our society.
Great. So before starting this session, I would like to understand from your perspective, what is your theory of sustainable startups? What do you think is one thing that makes a startup sustainable? Is it the working environment? Is it the byproducts? Is it the actual product? What do you think is the core for a sustainable startup? Isha,
would you
we
want
can
to
start
take
with you.
Right. So, if we talk about startups, why a fundamental concept of startup very much consists of three very important components. It has to be powered by technology. It should be having an unfair advantage, and there has to be a disruption of fundamental aspects of life, right? So also all of these three components combined with a scalable business model. So if we see right now where climate crisis is going, it is not just a climate crisis. It is becoming a health crisis, right? So the urgency to work on the climate has become such a priority that now we need all these three components which I just talked about: technology to speed up, an unfair advantage, and disruption of fundamental aspects of life, completely change in how we are living right now. All of these three things with scalability, with very fast scalability, is very important. So when startups get into climate, and they are able to implement such things, it becomes it increases the potential of reaching our goals faster.
Makes absolute sense. And in fact, I was going through one of the articles which actually mentioned about the sustainable startups, and it was pretty much aligned on what you are saying. Interestingly, the Indian historical evidences clearly shows that Indians were the most eco-friendly people when it comes to using the basic ornaments, or even for that matter, instruments, or even for that matter, your kitchen appliances. So, I mean, it clearly shows that from an historical evidence, we were very much close to the environment and we were really caring for it. We used to have a lot of stuff which was reusable. In fact, it has been shown in the past also. In most of our grocery items, if you have seen, we used to have a packaging which was basically meant to be used in future also. So these boxable packaging is one of the ways you can actually reduce a lot of wastage for the environment. So, Ramdas, over to you, sir.
Absolutely. I mean, to second what you said, ours is a civilization that actually prayed and venerated soil, nature, river, mountains, trees. It itself shows it is not that we are venerating them as deities, but the importance of sustainability was so important and so ingrained into our civilization that we should all strive to take it ahead. As far as we are concerned as an organization, there is no one thing which is a must in order to take it ahead. It is important to fire on all cylinders together. As the adage says, you need to do many things correct in order to reach the goal. So we, for instance, have fired on all these aspects together in order to reach our goal, which in turn is to ensure that our clients get their solutions which are eco-friendly. To give you an example, we are basically a loyalty management and a channel management company. So we realized, for example, that whenever a product launch is conducted by large organizations and MNCs, the norm is to book a five-star hotel, get the distributors and dealers from across the globe, have a lot of fanfare, a lot of food, a lot of partying, a lot of presentation. So you can imagine the kind of air tickets, the kind of people flying in, the kind of food, the kind of plastic disposable plates, the kind of carbon footprint that it leaves. But can we get out of it? So you can't have a theoretical answer, right? The client requires a solution which can address to them. So what did we do is we created a platform called Vertex. And we are quite pleased to let you know that some of the top MNCs, I cannot name them from the NDA point of view, are actually using our platform for product launches. So which means zero carbon emission, no usage of papers, no printouts, no plastic, yet the results are 30% more than what would happen as compared to a natural conference. So we have successfully demonstrated and implemented this technology, and the clients, of course, it didn't come into easy because it's a mindset, it's like a paradigm shift. The clients have started accepting this and they've started using our technology. So we are highly focused on the go green and sustainable technologies wherever possible, both within the organization and also with respect to the clients.
Fantastic. I think this question is for you, sir, specifically. If a startup comes to you and say that we want to basically digitize ourselves, what is the best sustainable, innovative ideas you can provide them as Vertex yourself or as Almonds yourself?
I mean, first and foremost is once they have come with the query, say they would like to digitize themselves, is either consciously or subconsciously they have aligned to the thought of going sustainable or necessarily to cut their budgets. So we as a platform demonstrate all that can be done from the conventional point of view and way beyond the conventional point of view at 1/10 or maybe a fraction of the actual cost. And the demonstration speaks for itself. And we've seen more often than not that post the demonstration, we just end up signing the contract with the client.
True. And as you mentioned that a lot of big corporates are using your platform, which is Vertex. But I would like to say that we are also hosting this particular event on Vertex itself. So we are among those green for you, I believe. Yes. So just to let you know that is one of the reasons we've actually taken this particular event live and virtual for controlling the carbon credits that we're going to generate through the event. So that was the idea, to save on carbon credits, and we are grateful for Vertex for always supporting us in such causes too. So thank you so much. Going back to Isha, now yesterday we in fact discussed one crucial point about the challenges faced by startups. So I'll just give a brief overview to our audience also that say for example, like I gave an example of we being an exhibition industry. One of the major factors I've seen that we use a lot of plastic throughout the event, whether it's your backdrops, whether it's your water bottles, whether it's giving you the plastic folders and so on and so forth. So these are of course not the so-called nature-friendly or climatic issues which actually can go wrong in terms of a long-term usage, because we produce tremendous amount of garbage through the events. Now the next best option was to either digitize your events completely, remove paper and remove your plastic usage, have more of digital screen. Of course, they're going to create some carbon credits, but it's going to be much more neutral compared to the actual ones, which is going to be through the flex systems. Now, again, as a startup, it becomes very alarming because the cost of adapting this particular technology is quite expensive. So people try to cut corners and try to come to a conclusion, let's go in for a more economical option, but not eco-friendly for that matter. So can you just highlight, Isha, what do you think are some of such challenges that the startup faces and how they can actually rectify it for the betterment?
So the challenge of the green premium that users, businesses have to pay is one of the biggest reasons that that implementing the sustainable products into our lifestyle habits has become even more difficult, right? So also as startups, this is also one of the very important thing to work on to reduce the green premium. So if we see there are technologies around, a lot of technologies which are available, a lot of products which are available which can be changed from our usual daily life products that we use, right? But the issue which comes up is green premium. So this is also one of the very important solution, that this is one of the challenge. Also, this is the responsibility of startups to work on to reduce the green premium so that it through technology and innovation, so that users can adopt to it, right? So so as Mr. Ramdas has been able to, you know, when you, as you said, that you go and you pitch these MNCs to adopt such solutions, and they are able to adapt it, and they are ready to adapt it. The one of the very good reason for that must be that we are able to reduce the green premium, so that the businesses and the users are ready to adapt such sustainable solutions in their lifestyles and businesses.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was just going through few of the startups that are actually working from a sustainable perspective. So it is quite interesting to note that a company called Beyond Meat, or even for that matter, Licious, who's selling one way, they are selling the meat products, and they are also selling the plant-based meats as well. So they actually taste pretty much the same, but of course they are more sustainable. They are comparatively more expensive compared to the actual non-vegetarian foods that are available in the market. But yes, as you mentioned about green premium, that's something that comes automatically. So keeping that in mind, there are many new startups which have entered in the market. For example, there are people who are also making the eco-friendly shoes, which doesn't use plastic but more of the woolen material. And there are also reusable shoes also which are now coming in the market in a big way. Trends are there. I mean, how these trends needs to be more sustainable. Again, that is becoming a very alarming question day in, day out. People are coming up with various ideas as to how best they can portray the products in the market that they are more eco-friendly. But ultimately, are they? That's a big question mark from startup perspective too. There have been a lot of people who are coming in from a lot of the Shark Tanks that I've seen, that they proclaim and they claim that the products are very eco-friendly, but actually they are not. For that matter, just for a small explanation, that we say that the battery-based cars, the electric vehicles are very eco-friendly, just because they're not emitting CO2, but the disbursement of the batteries is causing a lot of damage to the environment. So people normally don't talk about that. Many agencies have come up now who are actually startups, are working on the best possible solution to disperse these batteries in a better way, where it is not affecting the environment to that extent. So keeping all this in mind, I mean, how do you think partners and collaboration, it's very important for a startup to basically enhance their presence in the market in a big way? I will go with Mr. Ramdas. Yeah. Oh,
Well,
please, okay, so you can continue.
Yeah, Isha, please continue.
So I think to implement the sustainability in terms of partnership and collaborations, we all know that startups, NGOs, and regulatories, they all speak in a very, very different language, right?
True.
But any startup, if they are doing innovation, if they are building a technology, and especially from sustainability point of view, it is very important that it is accepted at local and community level, right? So for that particular reason, it is very important that that NGOs, startups, and it is not easy to bridge this gap, but it is important that NGOs, startups, and government authorities and communities at a very local level and a broader level work together, so that this gap can be bridged, and the innovation, the effort, all the efforts that startups are doing on the technological level to bring the green premium down, that is also that can reach to the local level, and it can be implemented. So this is one of the very important aspects. Then other than that, it is very important that these technologies are also adopted by the accepted by the local distributors, distribution partners, in which then incubators and accelerators also play a very important role, right? To connect startups with such local distributors. So yeah, these are very few important collaborations which are supposed to take place in very, very successful manner to have sustainable initiatives successful.
Fantastic. So,
I agree. All pillars are equally responsible. The government is responsible. The startups are responsible. The general awareness amongst the consumers are responsible. So it's a collaborative effect. It is not who would build the cat. It's high time. It is all of them work together in tandem in order to work towards the common good. I mean, it is like, if you remember during my growing up days,
I seldom seen plastic bags while going to grocery shops. It was always those jute bags, and we should take them and get it back. It was forever integral part of a residence. Then came a revolution which says so many trees have been destroyed. So it is time for us to use plastic and stop using this jute in order to protect the trees. It was an afforestation program. Now we've realized the plastic is doing much more harm than those eco-friendly trees. So these kind of awareness has been there, but the gears have been changing. So as Isha said, all the three pillars in the society, they speak differently. So it's important for them to come together, speak together, and work towards a good. In terms of initial startups are concerned, they should be incentivized. There's one startup company in Dubai, I can give you a live example, which came to us for some recommendation. They supply food to people who work, They deliver food. It's a standard delivery food. There are hundreds of such companies. What they did after our discussion was they started using the fork, the knife, the tissue, and the whole box sustainable, recyclable, with government approved. So it was like, the pricing was about 10% more as compared to the other food vendors. First 3 months, the sales actually plummeted down. Today, their sales are 20% higher than the highest sales that would happen, which also shows clear cut the consumers are willing to pay that little dime extra, as long as they're convinced. You doubt Mayank as to whether it's genuinely sustainable, is it green or no. Assuming a consumer is convinced with necessary certifications behind, I think startups have a long way to reap from these benefits of it.
Very true, sir. Yeah, Isha.
Also, I would also like to add one more point to it, that it is I've seen examples of multiple startups like Renew Power, Charger, where the startups were able to secure fundings from the investors, but they have faced issues from regulatory law, right? So when startups are doing all the efforts, and when they are trying to when they're raising successful fundings, when they are creating successful technologies, but a lot of time this happens that regulatory barriers, bureaucratic barriers comes in, the operation becomes slow, there are delays in actually putting up things into the market, the technology into the market, and because of that, at the end, what happens is that investor sentiment also starts getting sour. So this is something. This gap between startups and regulation. This is very important to be resolved, so that the speed at which startups are supposed to work. And when an entrepreneur they work from a mentality that they would want to finish up 1 month work in 1 week. They keep very strict targets about that. But then when there are operational delays and everything, so that is also something which becomes a very major challenge here in terms of collaboration.
Very well said, Isha. And I was just again one of the things really pinched me initially, that there is a wave of everything which comes in the market, and everybody follows that wave. During the COVID, it was more about the wave of having more food stuff, which is more of community based. Then suddenly there came a wave which was talking more about being organic, and now, of course, the third wave, as we would say, it's more about sustainability and innovation in the startup culture. I would always suggest that, of course, you need not reinvent the wheel once again. The idea should be very simple. There is a company in India, which is what they are doing is they are not producing anything eco-friendly, but they are actually reducing wastage. So what they are doing is they are collecting all the food and grocery items from different grocery stores, which are going to expire in a month or two. And then they are, of course, reusing the same and helping people who are not able to afford the same itself. So it's a very good way of actually utilizing this stuff rather than discarding it completely. And they are actually aiding a lot to the climate. They are helping in wasting of wastage of the food. Of course, it's going to have a great effect on the environment. Secondly, they're going to get a lot of blessings from people who are actually not able to afford the food grains at that point of time. So it's all about the way you think it. How you want to basically take things into account and make it work for you. of course, keeping the environment in mind. One piece of advice you would like to give the startups that they should adopt in their daily routine in order to make their work more sustainable, more effective, and of course something which is going to give back to the environment. So one piece of advice from you, yeah.
My point of view is for them to have patience and perseverance and not lose focus. They must remember that you can only get a chicken by hatching the egg, not by smashing the egg. So they need
very
to
true, very true.
Be patient and perseverant towards the goal.
Isha, your views.
So in that context, I would very much agree with Mr. Ramdas sir. The patient. So see, at the end, so I was listening to one of the podcasts in which Bill Gates was speaking about how we are supposed to. We are not so just having a goal of reducing 30%, 50% of CO2 by 2030 should not be is not a very viable goal, that we just cut off the easy 50% and then so because of that, what will happen is that by 2050 the goal that we are supposed to reach to net zero carbon emission, greenhouse emission in the atmosphere, we won't be able to achieve that, as we will just be working on the easy 50%. Because of that, we'll be, so we need to work on all the segments, all the sectors, all the whether it is easy, tough alongside, so that we can reach the goal of zero. So yeah, so I would very much relate to this concept that we have to be, the startups has to be patient and has to work in the similar direction.
Fantastic. Last but not the least, something quite interesting. In India, it's so difficult for people to understand between the wet garbage and the dry garbage. So getting them to a perspective of a sustainable environment is something which is quite challenging. It's achievable for sure. Gradually, things get better everywhere. But from the regulatory perspective, what are your thoughts? You think actually we have enough of old and impactful regulatory authorities and policy implementations happening?
I think the education or awareness is still missing at the grassroots levels. There should be incentivized. I mean, you cannot penalize in a country like India, but you can certainly incentivize them. I mean, you could incentivize, I mean, to give you an example of what happened in Dubai a year back, with every electricity bill, it's now sent as an email. So it's no longer a physical bill. So you get an email. So they're reducing paper. In the electricity bill, they have categories of how many dollars have you saved this time because you have consumed less electricity, you have consumed less water. And they also teach you online how to keep your tap open, how one drop of water that trickles down eventually. So apart from saving water, the consumer here gets benefited by a discount in his entire bill. So these kind of incentive, because India's community understands discount, understands benefits, you know, and their loyalty ends as soon as the benefits stop. So if the benefits are offered to them in a very structured way and continuous education, I think it will go a long way.
Absolutely, absolutely. Isha, your thoughts on regulatory framework?
So yes, education is one of the very important factor which is missing. Other than that, implementation is also one of the factor, I think, which is missing. Because when we talk about dry and wet waste, so it is important that when it is collected, if we want to implement it to a very strict level, it has to be strictly implemented, that when our garbage pickers are coming, they are collecting the wet waste separately and the dry waste separately. So a bit of strict norms are also required from that point of view, I would believe.
Great. Last but not the least, this is something which can also taken as a particular session also, that specifically for a developing economy, do you think the sustainable startups are the future? Of course, the reason is that, of course, the purchasing power is a big issue for that particular economy. People are not ready to give that so-called green premium, as Isha mentioned. what do you think? I mean, what is the future outlook? Is the sustainable startups going to sustain more in the developed countries or developing countries at the same time?
It's a very interesting question. It is easy for these startups to sustain and develop in the developed countries. But having said that, it is huge opportunity. It's how you look at the situation. It's huge opportunity for them to also develop in a country like India, because 20% of target audience for these startups in a country like India is equal to 5 European countries put together, for instance. So they should not be disheartened, and they should continuously strive and carry on with the good work.
Fantastic. Isha, over to you.
So even in developing country like India, so when we see developing countries are the countries which are most impacted by the climate change. So the impacts here are much more than what are in developed countries, right? So it actually becomes a geography where it is where I don't think that time is very far that sustainability will become a norm. It'll have to become a norm. As I started, as I said, that climate crisis is not just a climate crisis now; it's a health crisis. So when it becomes a health crisis, it becomes a norm. So then we don't have any option to not to work on sustainability. So the opportunities will only go higher from that perspective, I believe.
I agree with
Wonderful.
Isha. I could actually add a line with what Isha said. I think it's now or never. Outcome is forever. So.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. And I would also say that specifically developing countries are more innovative, and the so-called, we have a lot of benefits of the so-called jugaad politics that we have. we keep on taking a lot of stuff from different aspects and keep on reusing them again and again and again and again. So that is the best option that the developed economies do have. So thank you so much, Ramdas sir and Isha. It was lovely having a chat with you, and we really hope that we could have a physical offline session very soon. Of course, we are going to make sure that our carbon credits go below the expected norms. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for having hosted us. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Over to you, Alicia.
Thank you everyone for such a wonderful session. And with that, we come to the end of the event, wherein we would like to announce some of the companies we have identified for their green sustainability movement. And to present the award, we would like to invite Mr. Abhinav Jain to present the award.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Mayank.
Hi, Abhinav. How are you?
Hi, Abhinav.
Great. Hey, Isha. Okay, so I think a very exciting session to start now. Let's talk about, because I know that Mayank and I and all of us were having back-to-back conversations about some companies who are doing fantastic work, particularly in sustainability space, eco-friendly, everything around it. We feel that this should be a great forum for us to recognize those companies. And Mayank, thanks to you and your team who has been on it from the day one, identifying the companies and discussing with them, asking for details from those committees that you have built internally, and your team who was speaking to these companies. But now I see that we have about 10 green excellence winners, or I would rather not call it excellence winners. These are the I would say the true picture of the sustainability in the country, the people who are leading it from the front. So it's a great moment for us. So let's see who are the people and who are the companies who are getting this. So Alicia, if we can announce the first one, please. Great, Gainwell. So congratulations to Gainwell team. And I think clearly visible when we were speaking to Rajiv sir today, and we learned how Unnati, the name of their building itself, from there, the deep roots of India, to going to where they are heading towards, scaling it to the earth movers, products and everything. Fantastic, no doubt about it. And I think there is a lot more that we can learn from them. So congratulations to Gainwell Cat team. And thank you so much for taking this step ahead. And definitely thank you for supporting us and joining the event today. Congratulations to Gainwell team. Can we have the next? Oh, great, Schneider. No doubt about it. I think, in fact, the color says that they are the winners here for the green sustainability initiatives altogether. So congratulations to Green team at Schneider. And as we were speaking with many people at Schneider, top to bottom, many congratulations to all of them. Congratulations. Who's the next? Varun Beverages. Well, here is how it is. I think they are the pioneers in this, particularly because they are the first one in the country to talk about green loyalty programs. In fact, they will be the first one to have their loyalty programs going green. So congratulations to the entire team who is working on it from top to bottom, RJ Corp, Varun Beverages, and PepsiCo all together. Definitely a well-deserving one. Next one, please. Jubilant. Okay, I wish that Amit sir would have joined here us today, but they are already one of those certified green products by various councils and award winners in the space. And in fact, their packaging products, etc., are now fully green. So Jubilant has to be in the list. Many congratulations to Jubilant Agri and Consumer Products team. Very, very best wishes. Havells. Okay, so we had a representative from Havells today, and what we learned was not very, something that we have heard before. While digitizing is not just, moving from offline activities to online technologies or platforms, it is also about the mindset shift that Havells has done in the last couple of years. So green excellence is actually a good fit, and I'm glad that Havells could make it to this exclusive green list. Congratulations, Team Havells. GeoBP, well, I think one company that leads it from the front is GeoBP, and particularly in the space where they are, oil and everything else. I think. And also on top of it, the way how they're talking about it, the green revolution, GeoBP definitely deserves to be in the list. Congratulations to the team GeoBP. EK, okay, great. So we were in touch with them and we learned a lot of very interesting insights about how they're taking it from the front, not just helping companies to buy the carbon credits and all of this, but they're definitely steering the planet to net zero. Well deserved, and many congratulations, EK team. SCGJ, Arpit sir, many congratulations to all of you and your team. I think Skill Councils for Green Jobs is one such authority that's taking it to the next level altogether. Be it from being on the ground root to the level where it should be, on the adoption of the mass level. SCGJ definitely deserves the Green Excellence Award. Many congratulations to all of you. Emami International, well, we have worked with them on many projects with them, and I think the way how they approach sustainability, it is definitely one of the best companies in this space to seek for and to learn from. Many congratulations to Vivek, Dheer sir, Sanjay sir, and all of them and their entire team of Emami International for winning this Green Excellence Award. Many congratulations. EPAC, Singhania sir, many congratulations to you and your team. One of the things that I learned about being, when we were speaking with EPAC about the initiatives that they have taken, that it's so grounded, deep-rooted in culture, and also at the same time aiming high, while keeping the sustainability and green culture, flag up. I think EPAC leads it from the front. Many congratulations for this Green Excellence Award. Thank you so much. And that's it, or do we have more? Do we have more awards, or are this the only one? And Tech Mahindra, congratulations to Tech Mahindra team. I think while you guys are doing things on your own, we also learned that there are things that you're doing for your clients, and which makes even more impact. In fact, I would rather call it becomes exponentially greater here. So congratulations and very well deserved, Tech Mahindra. And that's it, I guess. So Mayank, once again, thank you so much for your entire diligence for making this possible. And I
thank you so much, Abhinav.
Yeah, I think.
And I think we should give a big round of applause to all the people who have actually won the Excellence Award.
Yes.
This is a big initiative that we have taken, and in fact, as the organizers, we also want to become sustainable ourselves. as we have mentioned, we want to displace ourselves as the sustainable organizer, where we are reducing the wastage of course, using plastic in the events through the backdrops that we create on Flex and so on and so forth. So that's something that we have been focusing on, and let's hope that this event continues in a big way, and we ensure that we are more environment friendly and reduce the carbon credits to the best of our knowledge.
Fantastic. And I think with that, we come to a conclusion. So I just want to thank everyone for joining. And Mayank, leading it from the front, I know that this was a completely differently ideated event from the day one, and I know that you were on it. Kudos to you and your team entirely flawlessly making it happen. Everyone who has worked on it. Kropli, you want to take some of the names?
The key credit goes to the team itself. Alisha leading it from the front, Harsh, Radhika, and to a certain extent Tusharika, and all the people from the team itself, from the creative to people who have been creating the website and everything. I must say, commendable job done. It's just the beginning, and we're going to go a long way for this particular event as well.
I couldn't agree more. I think as we speak about green and sustainability, it was not just an event for us. It was an opportunity to talk about the positive impact that the world needs right now. And these small initiatives create a powerful picture of how everyone should be looking at it. So well done, team. Thank you so much. And I wish to see you soon somewhere digitally or online. And without reducing, by reducing waste without emitting a lot of carbon. So have a green day, everyone, and happy World Environment Day. I wish every green champion the best of luck and lots and lots of wishes. Thank you so much. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Alisha. Thanks. Take care. Cheers. Bye-bye.